Copy that. And we're going to do the structure video, right? Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the National Pickleball League. We are at Destination 3 of 6 with the NPL Champions Pro Tour. This weekend, we're in Cincinnati, Ohio at the Pickle Lodge. This place is fantastic. Dedicated pickleball gym, hosts 17 full pickleball courts, along with a bar and a restaurant. Come check out the competition this weekend here at the NPL. Good morning, everybody. Bright and early in Cincy. Beautiful weather outside, nice and cool. Ari Shannock along with Amy Yarbrough at the Pickle Lodge. Welcome in, championship court. Amy, we've got a good one. Columbus and Denver to start this action. And these are two of the top teams in the league. Two of the teams that are mentioned by many prognosticators as potential winners of the 2024 season.
Absolutely. This is a great way to get us going in the morning at this beautiful venue, the Lodge in Cincinnati. It's so nice to have some cooler weather.
And we got cooler weather, but it'll be hot action here on Championship Court. Hot shots, Iconics, both 2-0 yesterday. So this could be decisive as far as the weekend, some prize money on the line.
We've got a lot of experience out here on this court with these ladies. A lot of big tennis backgrounds and great, just really good competitors. It's going to be awesome.
And we'll get more to each competitor in a moment. But what is the NPL? Well, let's tell you.
The NPL is a team-based professional pickleball league where 12 independent teams from 10 states compete for the NPL championship. There are a total of 6 competition weekends for the 2024 season, all hosted at facilities across the nation. Each weekend, each team will battle against 4 other teams playing women's, men's, and mixed doubles matches. 2 teams compete head-to-head in an NPL team battle. One NPL team battle consists of 12 doubles matches. Each match is best 2 out of 3 games to 11, win by 1 using conventional pickleball game scoring. To win an NPL team battle, a team must win 7 of the 12 matches. If the teams tie with 6 match wins each, then they head to an NPL team breaker. In the team breaker, teams must use all 12 players. Each doubles team is called a line. All 6 lines will see action during the team breaker, ensuring the best team prevails. The NPL team format requires a high degree of team strategy. Watch it all unfold next.
This week's presenting sponsor is Gearbox Pickleball, innovation to the core. A special thank you to our friends at Gearbox and all our sponsors, including Incrediware, Gamma Pickleball, Ernie Victory Sports Technology, Julian's Coffee Roasters, very important at this hour, and Fat Tire Ale. Those were being enjoyed last night. Thank you to our sponsors, and we are ready to roll here bright and early in the Queen City, Cincinnati, Ohio. Natalie Bagby, Chris Anderson for Columbus, Janie McKenna, Kelly Ojeda for the Iconics. And Anderson reaching in and poking it for the first point of this match.
Wow, that's a great point. She goes behind Kelly as a lefty. Kelly's going to be leaning more towards the middle, and Chris has a very long reach. Great start.
Ojeda takes it down the line, pulling it with that left hand and paddle, so side out. Denver has the ball, trailing by 1. Couple of really talented lefties out here, Amy.
Yes, it was a great shot by Kelly, too, so it's going to be a good one. Oh, She wants that back.
Kelly Ojeda came into the weekend, Amy, 13-3, 81% win percentage.
That is outstanding.
Good close there by McKenna. She came up a little bit shy, and the hot shots will have it. With Bagby and Anderson, this Columbus team went 2-0 yesterday. Victories over Naples 8-4 and Austin 7-5. Columbus owners Paul McKnight and his son Jeff McKnight.
They're watching on the end there.
They come into the weekend 5-3. They won Chicago, going undefeated. Struggled in their hometown tournament in Columbus a bit, going 1-3. They were without John Hedberg. Rebounding here, Amy, 2-0 to start the weekend, putting themselves in position to potentially win it.
Great. I was just actually talking with John Hedberg, and he might be out this morning as well. They're trying to work on his back and shoulder a little bit and see if he's going to be able to play.
Hot shots up, 2-zip.
It's a great shot by Janie.
That was a strong inside-in forehand from Bagby. McKenna just blocked it back to the open area. Really nice track down there by Anderson.
Really good. And it's hard to get it over her. She's a tall lady. Wow.
Oh, what a rally.
Great point. Janie missed that. That lob was a little short, but man, what a great recovery she had to dig that out.
Both Anderson and Bagby were 7-1 in that opening event in Chicago. Anderson, born in New York, now lives in Newport Beach, California, played tennis at Lehigh, won 3 major titles back in 2019.
Yes, she has a lot of championships in her back pocket. It's a great spot.
Natalie Bagby out of France, moved to the U.S. in '97 after retiring from the WTA, played 14 years professionally, reached as high as 41 in singles, 35 in doubles. And a left-hander finishes that point. She was the #1 player in France back in 1987, reached the 4th round of Wimbledon in 1990.
That's amazing. And such great ladies.
Ooh, Anderson upset with her. So that's that reach and length.
Yes.
Makes her very formidable up there.
And I like that. She started it and she was just going to finish it. That's great. She just came a little short. But I like that attack mode. A little deep.
Six, 3-1. Nice return by Ojeda. Columbus continues to lead. Denver owned by Chris Montgomery, Mario Baschi. Kelly Ojeda, distinguished tennis career herself, we talked about yesterday. What defense.
Good point.
Kelly was a finalist in the French Open Juniors, played at USC for 4 years, was an All-American there for the Trojans. Janie McKenna, living in Inlet Beach, Florida, played tennis at Furman, two-time Southern Conference MVP.
She told me yesterday she considers herself a Kentucky girl. She's longtime Kentucky.
Well, we welcome her to the Sunshine State.
Yeah.
Janie, former head coach at Georgia Tech. Tennis coach. Denver, of course, playing without Molly Carter. Still go 2-0 yesterday, Amy.
Yeah, that's very impressive. That's tough.
This is a very strong pod one, considering you're missing maybe your top women's player. You still going with Ojeda and McKenna.
Yep, they're doing a great job. Wow, great reset. Great point. Really good. Had everything in it. Good lobs, great resets. Not much is getting by these ladies.
Anderson and Bagby at high level, in control of this game one.
They're doing a very good job of just being patient and waiting till they get that ball that's high enough that they can put away.
Some miscommunication there. Anderson broke towards the kitchen line.
Yeah.
I believe this is game point. Try to get that audio working with the official.
Oh, it's a great shot by Chris.
Oh, that'll make it 10. Okay,
Yeah.
good job by our crew. 10-3. Bagby, a hard drive to finish game
Very
one with
nice.
authority.
Yeah, I think that Columbus wants Bagby to take the thirds, and Chris wants to go in and poach. So that's what they're trying to accomplish, and they're doing a good job of it right now.
So Coach Fliegelman will go visit with his team. We'll see what the response is from the Iconics. Game 2 from Cincy. Ojeda puts it in play. So a quick point, that always is helpful for the outlook off of the deep serve by Kelly. Net break,
Yeah. These ladies, with all their tennis experience, they all do such a great job of knowing when to do a step back, and it still allows them time and space to still drive the ball.
Just missing. Right
Yeah.
idea there by McKenna. We'll have another look.
Almost, it was close.
One. Anderson closing. McKenna, such a quality defender.
Yes.
Not only the feet, Amy, but the reads.
She has a great, she definitely prefers the slice ball, and she's very good at executing it. Ooh, I think they missed a little switch there.
Yeah, Kelly was switching.
Yeah, that's an issue here. We got two lefty-righty combos. So if they're on an odd number, that's a great time for the opponents to take advantage.
2-1-2.
Oh, that's a great ball.
Well executed there by McKenna.
I think Natalie just watched that ball just a little long. It was so good. She needed to move in just a little bit quicker. It was a good reset. Great shot. It's a lot of pressure as you're coming in the transition zone.
Yeah.
Good job by Natalie to keep her back.
1-2-2. Point.
Another net cord. It happens.
I think Denver's first one in this match.
2-2-2. Side out.
That's set up by that quality return by Bagby. Almost hit the kind of the double line there at the tee.
So good. So important to have deep returns. If that's not something that you practice at home, it's definitely something that you should.
Oh, McKenna just an inch out front. Excuse me, Ojeda.
Ojeda, yeah.
Wait for the Julian's coffee to kick in.
Yes, exactly.
little slower
we
this
need
morning.
another cup, don't we? It's day 2 at NPL.
Side out.
Excellent ball movement there. Iconics
Yes.
for the side out.
It's exactly what I was thinking. Really good ball movement.
Yep. No. Yep.
Or we must be hanging out together a little too much. We're even thinking alike.
You're in trouble, Amy, if that's the case.
Side out. Two, three, one.
2-3-1. Oh, what a
Wow.
shot by Bagby.
Squeaked it between them.
Two, three, two. Side out.
Well, Columbus Hot Shots, you look over this roster, it's talented. You know, many of the guys on the podcast and others picked the hot shots to take
You guys have,
this 2024
you
league.
guys have 2.
Columbus 4-0 in Chicago, just 1-3 in Columbus. Again, we mentioned Hedberg was
3,
out.
2, 1.
Ernie from back
Great
page.
shot by Natalie. Way to take advantage of that lefty forehand. Good jump there.
You look at the Columbus outcome from Saturday, 8-4 over Naples, 7-5 over Austin. They trailed in that match against Austin. They were down 4-2, Amy.
Wow.
A long way to go in the season, but you know, you wonder, is this, you know, is Columbus the best team?
And they're just going
Time
to
will
keep getting
tell,
better.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a great lean in by Natalie there to put that ball down. Really good shot.
I think Denver would argue their case, certainly. They won week 2. They currently are in first place overall, the Iconics. Houston losing 1 yesterday. Boca took them down.
Okay.
Something's got to give here today, and battle for prize money in Cincinnati on the line. We've got 4 undefeated teams through yesterday, including these 2, Boca and in the Indy Drivers.
Wow,
Yeah.
good for Indy.
And that in the afternoon playing without Rick.
Yeah, it's a great win for them. He should be back this morning.
Yeah, I think I saw him.
Did you see him? Okay, good.
Actually, I heard him introduce the anthem like he always does.
Okay. Well, these ladies are playing a great match. Everybody's being very aggressive, getting to the line, keeping the balls low, moving the ball well, good deep returns, all things that anybody at home wants to work on
15 seconds,
to be a high-level
Iconics,
pickleball
no
player.
timeout
They're
for
showing
Amy.
you right now.
Columbus hot shots, 1 timeout.
Indy Drivers playing Austin this morning. We have Houston and Coachella Valley on this court coming up next. Boca Raton and Seattle. That's a big one. Boca undefeated. Seattle very good. Princeton against Naples. OKC and KC.
Time in. 5, 2, 1. Point.
Good lead. You could hear Anderson saying out. Bagby pulled back.
6, 2, 1.
Is that helpful? Your partner
Absolutely.
yelling like that? Sometimes you don't have time while they're shouting. But Amy, you feel like that is still very helpful?
I think the more communication, the better. Absolutely, because it's so hard. It's coming so fast, and to have that reinforcement by your partner telling you if the ball's in or out, you won't always be able to leave it, even if they call it out, but it's very helpful to have reinforcements. Yes, you should be a communicator on the court.
6, 2, 2.
Oop.
Set out.
Just mishit it there.
Seldom hear that. Chris kind of getting a smile out of that shot. It looks more like my role.
1.
And then comes back and
That's a
sticks a
great lob.
perfect lob.
That is a defensive lob at the finest right there. She was in a bad position, and that was a great choice to go with the lob to buy herself some time to get back.
That is in as Ojeda sticks it right into the corner.
Great shot by Kelly.
Three, 6, 2.
Great reset.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Not going to get that one back. Through
Yeah,
the 5-hole.
She wants that one back. It just popped up.
But, you know, we commented on Bagby's return. She keeps the ball so deep with so much action. Able to put her side on offense.
All 4 of these ladies know how to drive the ball for sure.
Second serve.
It's a good ball by Kelly. Good setup by Janie.
Denver hoping to battle back here.
6-3-2.
6-3-2. Anderson able to slam it away. That was one, that previous ball was going to fly out.
Yes.
I don't know if she could have gotten out of the way.
Yep, came right to her wheelhouse, and
Yep.
she just decided to hit it.
7-3-2.
Great poach.
Ooh,
So,
that's-
so right now what I'm seeing is Columbus is just overpowering Denver. They're really just putting a lot of pressure. And Denver is feeling, I'm sure, like they're always on defense right now. So Columbus is doing a very good job.
Set out.
Oh, a little confusion there on who's going to take that.
That's the second time that's happened where Chris has moved forward. I think Natalie said you moved too soon, but
3-8-1.
to Anderson's defense, that ball in the middle, you would think lefty ball, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Point.
And especially the angle that it came from. And I think that's what they want to do, is have Natalie take the thirds and Chris to go in. So I don't know if they had discussed something else.
Second serve.
You know, Anderson, we talked about some of the guys that set up on the forehand. She's got a beautiful setup with her forehand drive.
Yes, she does.
But another thing that's so impressive about her game is with her height.
Yes.
She's able to get those low balls consistently.
She moves really well.
4-8-2.
Good footwork. Great reset. Great counter.
Oh.
Wow.
What a pickup.
Wow.
And another one. Just too good.
Really good. Great placement. Good points.
I think that missed by Anderson, but
You have 5.
what a point that was.
You're serving at 5.
So that is point number 5 for Denver, within 3.
4-8-2.
Mounting a good little run here.
Denver's going to do it
Great
with
hands.
defense.
Yeah, I feel like they're just deciding, okay, we're going to just bang back. Let's see who can get on the winning edge of this offensive game.
Coach Scott Fliegelman applauding that effort, and now his side within 2.
The Denver ladies do a great job of just getting every ball back and in a good spot. They're not getting themselves in trouble.
And that one pegs Chris, got upstairs, and Ojeda taking advantage.
Timeout, hot shot.
So hot shots timeout. Some uncomfort here in the Columbus corner. Fliegelman jumping off his chair.
Yep.
And he's going to join his women's team here. But a nice run sparked by the defense of the Iconics.
Yes. Chris and Natalie have so much experience. They're going to work it out, figure out who's going to get that middle ball.
And not the most comfortable of corners over here right now,
Yeah.
Amy.
You're right. I'm noticing that as well.
We'll see if the Hot Shots can get this worked out and get their chemistry back to where they need it.
Yep.
7-8-2. Set out.
Well, it's
It's
a
a
good
great
start,
roll.
and
Yeah.
they tap paddles. You know, this is a phenomenal tandem.
Yeah.
They were second service.
Doesn't mean you're not going to have some issues.
That's right.
As you go through these games.
That happens with all of us. And that's part of, you know, the NPL experience is if you play in a regular tournament, you choose your partner. And when you play on a team event, a lot of times, you know, that's not the option. You have to play with the people on your team, and
9-7.
sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
9-7-1.
And with these two, it definitely does.
Well, Anderson gets some help there with the net, but
Yeah.
again, that forehand setup, take a look at this, everybody at home. She's got a more closed forehand stance than some of the guys you think on scenes, Andren with beautiful forehands, drives. But Anderson's is textbook with a little bit more closed stance, and that's unfortunate for Denver. They get 2 of those against them.
Wow, that's tough.
But that wraps it up for the hot shots. Good
that's
timeout,
tough.
Amy, at
Yep,
8-7.
It was. They pulled it together and finished this match. Great job, ladies.
And Amy Yarbrough will visit with Bagby and Anderson momentarily. And we're going to take a quick break. Hot shots take this one up next. Houston and Coachella Valley. We'll be back in a moment.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX-14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
We're back here with the first winners of the morning, the Columbus Hot Shots, with a great match from these ladies, from Chris and Natalie. Ladies, great job. I know there was a little bit of confusion there during one of the matches, but I want to ask you first, Natalie, about strategy coming in to this match. Did you guys have a plan that you wanted to go with, and did you stick with it, or did you switch in between?
We pretty much stick with it. Yeah, we had a plan in place. I don't know if I can reveal our plan, but anyway, we're not going to play them again this weekend. So, yeah, we had a plan, and it worked pretty good. Yeah.
I felt like your plan was you overpowered them, honestly. I felt like you guys were being more offensive and that they were on defense, and they played
Doing my third, sometimes it's a little too fast for me, so that's why we didn't know on couple balls in the middle who's going to take it. But otherwise, I mean, it works. Yeah, usually it's good. Like a lefty-righty combo, I think it's the best. So, yeah.
Absolutely. You guys were able to close the middle. You were able to go in a lot and be offensive with your length and your stretch, and it worked really well. How do you guys feel about your chances today with the Columbus in the morning playing Denver? Because they're on a hot streak, too.
They are. They're a great team. You know, we'll see what happens.
Chris, we're so glad you're here this year in NPL. Are you having a good time?
It's a blast. We have the best owners. We have a fabulous team. Everybody's been wonderful. The venues have been incredible. It's been a great experience.
Well, we're glad you're both here. You bring a ton of experience and smiles to the court. Thanks, ladies. Good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you, Amy.
Back to you guys.
Welcome back. We've got Coachella Valley and the Houston Hammers. And it's Stacy Zelensky. She's got to bring up the Zamboni, the former hockey star, doing some cleanup work. And welcome back into the booth. I'm with the Hall of Fame legend of the Houston Hammers, Scott Moore. We've got good view of the broadcast booth with Scott. And I know you love watching not just your team play and coaching, helping out at all the courts, but Sherry Corder, I think one of your favorite players, it sounds like.
Oh, yeah. She's one of my favorite partners of all time. Just a delightful person and a fabulous player. So it's always great to watch her and get to commentate on her. And known Kim Jade for a long, long time, and Helen. So Stacy's a little newer to the scene, but she's one of my paddle tech partners as well. So yeah, it'll be a fun one.
0-0-2.
So if you looked at the Duper ratings, heavy favorite for your Houston Hammers.
Yeah, I think on paper they look good, really good, right? But unfortunately, you can't go by the paper. You got to play the match. So you never know what's going to happen. And Kim is pretty wily, so.
Yes, she is. What a fierce competitor.
Right.
As is Zelensky.
Yeah, they really are. They're great competitors. So you just, this could be a blowout, or it could be a really great match. We'll see.
That's the firepower that you're going to face when you're going against Corder and Wilhelm.
Yeah, they're coming out swinging, and they finish swinging. So there's no doubt. You better be ready.
So swing hard and harder? Is that game plan?
Yeah, hard, and hardest, I think, sometimes.
Right. Boy, can anybody turn up the speed as quickly as Corder?
No, she's just, I mean, it's on you so quick. You don't know what to do. It's just crazy. Fortunately, I get to be on her side of the net most of the time, but in practice,
that's right.
She has body bagged me several times. So.
1-1-2. I'll recall.
So this is a powerhouse team that you've got here. Corder, Scott, is 14-2, 88% winning percentage. Same record for Helen Wilhelm, 14-2, 88% winning percentage.
Yeah, these girls have been really good, both in obviously gender and mixed, and they're just playing phenomenal pickleball right now. Helen just keeps getting better and better every year. I mean,
amazingly so.
Yeah,
right?
It is, right? She's been playing for a while and always surprised me every year. She's like better.
3-1-2.
I don't know what she's drinking, what kind of water, what's in the water, but must be good stuff.
She seems like a pleasant person and teammate to have around.
Yeah, always smiling, always happy, just peacemaker. She is having trouble with her shoestrings, but other than that.
Not to take anything away from the men's side of the Hammer team, but your women are stacked here on the Hammers. Is that the strength of your team?
Absolutely. You know, when we did the draft, I was able to help with it and talk our owners into drafting Sherry first, because she was just an outstanding talent and a little bit unknown. Not many people knew about her, so we snuck her with the 7th pick, which was probably the best undervalued player in the whole draft, I think. So she leads the team, and I've always thought, you know, the women are more important than the men on a team thing, just because they get more balls in mixed, and there's less of them sometimes, and so that are really at the top. So you got to get the good women, and that was our strategy, building the team.
And that was quite a coup when you got Corder in the first round.
Yeah, it was. It was. We were very happy, and Columbus very upset about it.
And we heard that back in their hometown tournament last month,
right?
When the majority of the Columbus crowd was rooting for your team because Corder was on the court.
Exactly. Very popular player everywhere, but especially in Columbus, right?
5-1-1, 1 minute.
5-1-1. We get a TO here, Scott.
Yep. Great start for the Hammers.
Keep hammering away. And there's a good look at Wilhelm and quarter. Well, the Houston Hammers, what a start it's been. 7-1 coming in. You're 1-1 through yesterday's action here.
Right.
So you're right up there at the top, and I don't want to bring up controversy, but there's some people on the on our podcast that say, you know, Houston, maybe you're not as good as your record. And
well,
I think that's been talked about. Does that bother? I'm sure it doesn't bother you personally.
Doesn't bother me personally.
Yeah.
I think it did bother maybe one or two of the players. But what I will say is, you know, yesterday we lost the match, but we lost 3 of the games 11-10 in the third. So,
wow.
You know, those are where we had a 10-4 lead. Another team did too and lost 11-10 in the third. So we could have and should have probably won that. We didn't, but we also, the last 2 events, have had one of our key guys missing each time, different guy. But so when we get to full strength, we're going to have some people eating their words, I believe.
There you go. Well, you've already made them eat some words.
Yeah, but I mean, really.
I think. Look at that action.
Good counter by Kim Jade. She was ready. Ball was on her quick, and she returned it even quicker with interest.
I think one of those guys you're talking about, Joe Perezo, I believe he was out for an
Joe
event.
was out
He's been
last
terrific.
month.
His record is great.
Yeah, Joe's solid at 2-pod. He's another very undervalued pick we were able to get, and he's just phenomenal person and player as well.
1-5-2.
A 1-5-2, Coachella Valley.
See if they can get back in it. Just a deep return. Those are within 6 inches of the baseline. So hard to hit a good third off of. And that's what Sherry's doing consistently.
How do you prepare after your serve? Do you prep for a deep return, or, you know, you don't want to get stuck on that back foot?
No, you don't, but it's just easy to get excited and what we call creep into the court a little bit.
Yes.
And if you creep in and it's deep, you're just in trouble. And so it's hard to have the discipline consistently to stay back.
It's a quality ball there by Jade.
Yeah, excellent shot right at the feet of Helen, right where you want it. It's just textbook drop right there.
Coachella Valley, an unfortunate day yesterday. They go down to Princeton. They lose Gingrich late in a critical match to an injury.
Wow. What a get by Kim.
That was a great shot.
Sherry's ready though.
So they go down to Princeton 7-5 and then kind of clobbered by Boca 10-2. But they're playing without Dane.
Yeah, when you lose your best guy and really the best player on the team, it just trickles down, right? I mean, it's very tough to recover from that. And so they're gutting it out. A lot of character. And Boca's a great team, so that's not surprising in light of the fact they lost Dane. Two quality shots in a row by Stacy. She's making them hit up on it, unattackable. That's what you always want on those third shots and fifth shots.
3-5-2.
Zielinski, interesting background, softball at Cal State San Bernardino. And again, that hockey experience that I referred to. She played women's travel hockey out of San Diego.
Yeah, phenomenal athlete. Just
5-3-1.
probably any sport she does, she's probably very good at, including pickleball.
Go quarter, so it's not just that wicked forehand that we've seen. She can bring it with the backhand,
Both
the
sides.
two-hander.
She can hit you. She can do the quarter pounder on both sides. No question about that. What a spot. Kim decided not to hit it hard that time. Took something off of it, put it into Sherry's feet, and it worked
6-3-2.
very well.
Oh, unfortunate for Jade there. I always enjoy watching Kim play. She's a fierce competitor. Kind of brings a different style with her background and part of the national championship 1985 volleyball indoor UCLA Bruins championship team.
Yeah,
3 years of pro beach volleyball, coach volleyball then at Colorado, and then UCLA from 1991 to 2010 for the Bruins.
Yeah, so she brings not only a wealth of talent, but experience in high-level sports. I mean, she's just a plain competitor and has a very high pickleball IQ.
Such strong leadership ability, doesn't she?
Yeah, just
exudes that.
She really does. Confident. Nice finish.
Really nice by Wilhelm.
Yeah, great setup by Sherry. Finish by Wilhelm. Boom, boom. The 1-2 combo.
3-8-2.
Jade bringing the pace.
Yeah, she decided to drive instead of drop, and it worked. Caught Helen a little bit by surprise. Nice drive.
4-8-2.
Well done. A big come on from Kim Jade as Coachella Valley builds momentum. And good to see Jade playing at this level. She was out for a while with injury. It actually occurred last year at the championship event.
Yep.
While she was with the drivers en route to their championship in October.
Yeah, she's battled injuries as long as I've known her. I think all those years of competing is tough, but she's a fighter, like we said. What a point, what a point.
Unbelievable.
Just a great poach by Stacy. But again, Sherry was ready with the counter, and it's hard to catch Sherry off guard, even though Stacy hit a great shot.
8-5-1. Point.
Nice drive right down the middle of the court.
Yeah, and I like what Kim tried to do. She was trying to protect her partner, but it was just a little out of her reach. She needed to take a little half step. She would have been there, but she reached. Couldn't quite get it.
Yeah, very smart poach by Wilhelm. Sat up by the hard drive from the left-hander.
Yeah, and you notice it dipped about a foot, and so
10-5-1.
you have to hit up on it. Great hybrid drive, we call that.
Yeah, you can't miss that dip off a quarter's forehand.
No.
That thing just falls off the table.
It really does. Great shot, Stacy. What a great counter by Coachella. They were in big trouble. Two really nice resets by Stacy and a great finish by Kim.
And Zielinski is a wall, Scott, with the soft hands.
She really is. Nice attack by Kim again, getting it into Sherry's feet. She's ready for the hard ball at her
5-10-1.
body, but not, the feet are tough. So that's great placement by Kim Jane.
They fight off a couple of game points.
Goodbye. Yeah.
Second serve.
Anytime Sherry gets to hit down on it like that, it's just coming so fast that very hard to reset those.
5-10. Oh. Yep.
Second serve.
5-10-2.
This time it's Wilhelm putting it away.
Yeah, she fooled Kim. I think Kim thought she was going wide with it and was going wide. Looked like a little bit of an inside out by Helen. So great shot down the middle.
Game point. And there it is,
That'll
off
do
of the strong deep serve. So
yep,
Houston wraps it up, but very entertaining and quality pickleball. We expect more in game two. We'll be back.
15 seconds. Game 2, time in, 0-0-2. Side out.
Side out to begin game 2. Coachella Valley, they fell behind. They called the timeout. They kind of found a nice little strategy and rhythm after that, Scott. Made every point very competitive.
They really did. They really did. Let's see if they can build on that here. They got a nice early side out, so.
That ability for Quarter to spin it in any direction.
Yeah, it's got top spin, so it actually kind of bounces on you quicker than you're ready for a lot of times. And she hit that really soft, made Stacy move. Very good ball. Wow. Wow, Kim got the first one in her face. It was a nice reset, but the second one just not coming back, Ari.
No, not even with Jade's volleyball digging
she can
experience
dig.
and ability.
She can dig phenomenally well, but.
Zielinski a rare mash, but that one got into the body.
Yep. Kind of jammed her.
1-0-1.
Look at that ball movement.
Great resets, but you notice the main difference is Houston is up at the net. Coachella's backing out, so 90% of the time you're going to win it when you're on the line, and they're going backwards. So that was great defense, but it's just a tough way to win a point.
Yeah, they're constant attacking pressure. It's keeping them back.
Yeah, it's a barrage of fireballs.
So a similar start to game 1. A good way to describe it, Scott. Kind of a barrage put on by the Hammers as they just continue to hammer away. They jumped out 5-1 in the first, now up 4-0 here in the second.
Yep, that's what they were hoping for, the big start. Wow. Okay, a little opposite. That time we had a little the opposite going on, right? Look where Sherry and Helen ended up right in the middle of no woman's land.
That's right.
And Kim and Stacy hammered them, so Kim and Stacy win that point. Wow.
Let's see ya.
Okay, third time in a row. Look where they finished the point in the middle of the court. Not going to win it that often.
So what would you advise there, Scott? Because they were up at the line and then they got backed up. Do you want to hold your ground there?
I think your hands are faster than your feet. And, you know, you just have to reset with your paddle. And then they're doing that this time. So they did a much better job that time. They withheld the barrage, stood their ground, hit a nice shot that Sherry had to hit up on, and ended up winning the point. So that's what I'd like to see. I mean, it's your tendency to back up because they're hitting so hard.
Right.
But I think they've got good enough hands to stay in there and keep the fight going from the kitchen line.
Quality there by Kim Jade.
Yeah, very nice shot. Getting it down at Helen's feet.
1-5-1.
So 1-5-1, really identical to what we saw in game 1.
True, definitely.
Second serve.
Tough ball to redirect that dink straight ahead.
Yeah, good point.
Should have gone back cross court on it, but
she tried to clear by taking that back foot back, but nevertheless.
Well, she's going backwards and going over the highest part of the net, so it's just a tough shot.
What an angle. That's the two-hander.
That's what makes her so effective. Not only does she have speed, she has finesse. And she can hit it behind you, wherever. That was a beautiful off-speed cross-court winner.
It would be fun to have so many weapons in your arsenal, right? I mean,
yeah, it is fun. She's having fun. All smiles right now.
6-1-1.
Wow.
Look at this shot
Wow.
on the reach stab.
Who does that? I mean, that was at her feet, and she rolled it cross court on the other side to the line.
I think the answer is only one player.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see that in the men's, much less. Maybe there's some young pros that can do that, but
This is an interesting partnership, Scott Moore, Quarter and Wilhelm. You like the way they balance it, kind of a different temperaments too.
yeah, Sherry's a little more intense. Helen's always smiling. But it was interesting because when we did the draft, you know, Sherry requested that we take Helen. She wanted to play with Helen.
Interesting, yeah.
They have great chemistry on and off the court, and that's a big part of it, as you know. So just playing like each other, they communicate well, they have fun together, and they've had some good results in the past. So it's working well.
Now, you've played with so many great partners. Would you say Quarter is right up there, or ranking it not just ability, but as a partnership?
Absolutely, absolutely. She is just absolutely one of the most talented people I've ever played with, men or women. A lot of fun, very intense, communicates well. So yeah, I mean, there's just not anything not to like about her or her game.
On the men's side, who would you say a couple that come to mind who are your favorites to play with?
Well, I'm a little biased because I played with my son, Daniel, for years.
Yeah, I love that answer.
So we had some great times. I mean, he was actually pretty tough on me in the final years, especially our last tournament. We actually beat Deckel Barr and Adam Stone in Vail one year. And
wow, love that.
To get a bronze medal, and then I got mercilessly picked on. That was the last time I played with the young guys, but he's definitely my favorite. But I've had a lot of wonderful partners. I mean, it started with Glenn Peterson, who I don't even know if you know the name, but is one of my all-time best friends and greatest partners.
That one overcooked to Tad.
9-1-2.
It is 9-1-2.
Wow, nice get on that serve.
Yeah, and that kind of surprised Quarter a little bit. What'd you say? I'm human?
I don't know. I didn't hear it, but
we were wondering too, Sherry.
Right?
1-9-1.
Goodbye.
Second serve.
Yep, they get Zielinski diving off the court and opened it up.
Yep.
For Wilhelm.
1-9-2.
And Helen will finish that.
Oop, swing and a miss.
Yeah, she hit that down. I think Stacy was expecting it more at her body, but it hit it straight down, and it's tough to pick that up off the bounce.
9-1-1.
Well, Zielinski survived a couple somehow.
Yeah, she looked like a hockey goalkeeper there. I mean, she
That's
was
a good
making
point. I like that, yeah.
making paddle saves left and right, but you can only survive so many of those.
I'm taking that, Scott.
Quarter
Paddle
paddles.
save.
Right?
Thank
She
you.
went to her hockey mode. You can have that one. All right. Nice. Again.
Well, that is just too good. What can you say? Houston just very, excellent.
So impressive.
Yeah.
So impressive. And I've seen him play a lot, so I'm not that easy to impress, but that's impressive.
All right, Scott, we will see you on court with Sherry Quarter a little bit later this morning. Thank you so much.
To it. Thanks, Ari. Bye.
All right, so Amy Yarborough will visit with Sherry and Helen after this quick break.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
I am back with the winners of the last match, the Houston Hammers, a very powerful women's doubles team right here of Sherry and Helen. You guys continue to bring it together with great chemistry and just overpowering your opponents is really what I'm seeing. Sherry, is there anything different that you're going out with the strategy?
No. No.
I mean, you guys do a great job of working with each other. One of you's going to drive it and the other one's going to go in. Helen, are you trying to take the most thirds that you can in order to let her go in, or how do you work that?
We don't care, right? It doesn't matter either way. But that's our strategy. So whoever, I like to take the drive. I like that, but I don't mind crashing. Sherry's been working with me on that, and I like it.
Yeah.
And what do you have on your shoulder there, girl?
The hammer.
For the Houston Hammers. Are you guys having a good time?
Absolutely.
And what is it going to take for some team to defeat you guys, Sherry?
We just play our game, and it doesn't matter who's on the other side. So as long as we're together as a team, we're good.
And a question for you. You have a lot of wrist action that creates and generates a lot of topspin on your ball. Can you kind of tell people how you developed that?
It's DNA. I would not teach it. It's just something from my tennis days, and it's something I just have. I think less wrist would be more. Less wrist would be better, and I'm actually working on that. But don't do it. Don't do it.
And Helen, you just bring it every game with such energy. Your movement's good. You're in phenomenal shape. Tell me how you stay at that level.
I'm retired. So I get to go to the gym every day and play pickleball every day. Life is really good for me.
That's so great. Ladies, you're such a fun team to watch. It's just constant pressure. You bring it, and until somebody can defend and handle that pressure, I don't see you guys losing a match. Way to go, Houston Hammers.
Go Hammers.
Thanks, Amy.
Let's go Pickle Shack.
Okay, you guys, next up on court, we have an exciting men's Pod 1 match between Columbus and Denver, and you're going to see some rock stars out here for the next match.
All right, 15 seconds. Game 1, time in, 0-0-2.
And we are back here. The Iconics team was warming up on another court. They Fleetwood said, oh, we're on. They finally found him, and a quick start here, a side out for the Hot Shots with Chris Headings. We got a sub, unfortunately, Hedberg unable to go here, John. Big John Hedberg banked up a little bit. We'll check in with John, hope he speedy recovery. But Jeff McKnight, the co-owner, has got a sub in. This is a big ask, as I welcome to Danny Warfel, but big ask. You called upon last second to play at the Pod 1, Danny. Not easy. Jeff joked with me, says, pray for me.
Well, anything can happen in pickleball, but that is a tall ask. But man, some sweet shots there.
And how about that finish by Chad Shane? You got to like Chad Shane a little bit, coming from your football background.
Oh, my goodness.
Football background, rugby.
Rugby, football, beast mode, and a fantastic pickleball player. A lot of heat. Here it comes.
Ooh, a nice stab by McKnight. Speaking of football, your number 1 player, Chris Headings. Or the Hot Shots number 1 player.
Ooh, good shot. Yeah, Chad, I think, has been a bit of a surprise in NPL this year. A lot of people didn't know who he was, and he has showed up and played an incredible line 1, both men's and mixed.
Yeah, Rick Witzkin said he's underrated. He's definitely top 20 in the world. So people don't know him.
A rare air.
Get back to Chris Headings, Danny. Sorry to interrupt. He's out of Glendale, Arizona. He's a D1 football player. I don't know if you know too much about Chris. Played at Western Illinois.
Wow, okay. Oh, wow. That was pretty impressive by McKnight.
What an exchange. McKnight raising the level. Yeah, Headings was joking around. He says, you guys said I was a lineman. I think Michael Chen said he was a lineman. He says, I was actually a quarterback and a receiver.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you know a thing or two about the quarterback position. Heisman Award winner sitting next to me. Back from 1996 with the Florida Gators.
I tell you, this Columbus team is up to the task so far. They've come out playing great. A big underdog, but they've been solid in all phases of the game.
And they have the lead here. And we still have Hedberg up there. Unfortunately, John couldn't go. And again, it's McKnight. Well, Scott Fliegelman, what type of an influence has he been on you as a player and your team, the Denver Iconics?
Yeah, Scott has been a fantastic coach, captain, teacher. I've really enjoyed getting to know him. I listened to his podcast before I even met him and learned a few things, and I did some drilling sessions with him in Denver, or Boulder, at his facility there, and I'm really grateful to be on his team.
Tricky little return there from McKnight. And then quickly on the switch to cover, forcing the air. 3-2-1. Ooh, that did get line.
Yeah,
good sportsmanship.
I tell you, in any sport, when you're a heavy favorite, boy, it's just easy to sometimes take some things for granted, and you can see some tremendous upsets. So who knows?
I was going to ask you about that, the mindset coming in. You know, one of their top players in the league unavailable to go. Does that change the outlook from the Iconic side?
I don't know. I just think whoa, wow, good dodge there. That was a little matrix move by Scott Fliegelman. You know, sometimes I think if you think it's going to be an easy match, you don't quite get as dialed in sometimes, and the boys better pick it up here. Good
Ooh,
leave.
McKnight trying to pull off the Ernie. Well, if you looked at the Duper ratings coming in, it's like 96% favor of Denver. You guys pay attention to that stuff?
I didn't even know that existed till I just saw that on the screen. But I will say this. They do that in football, too. And I've been watching games where it was like 99.8% that this team was going to win, and they didn't. So I don't know what that means.
I'm sitting with Danny Warfel. Led the Gators to the first national championship back in '96. Led the NCAA in touchdown passes 1995 and '96 under head coach Steve Spurrier. Can you relate anybody in this league to kind of the leadership that you've seen on the gridiron? Maybe Coach Spurrier or another big influence?
Well, Scott Fliegelman doesn't yell at me near as much as Coach Spurrier did. He's never thrown his visor at me either, so that's a little bit different. But I will tell you what, the intensity, the competition, a lot of these are former athletes from all different sports, a lot of tennis players, people have been competitive in business, and so it's like an outlet finally for all that competitiveness that you maybe not used for years. So there's a lot of intensity at senior pickleball, baby. NPL, let's go.
And it is wonderful to have you. And what an impact you've had. It's not just a name, Danny Warfel. You've got game, man. 12-2 coming into the weekend.
Yep. Done real well. I'm playing Pod 3, so that helps a bit. I don't have to play yet against the best players. But I'm having a good run.
Oh, that's got to hurt.
Oh, my.
Ouch. The triathlete Scott Fliegelman can take it, but when you get hit with a headings ball, you're going to feel it.
I'd rather get hit with a headings ball than a headings tackle, though.
And Warfel's been tackled by many of the greatest of all time, so that says something. 2013 inductee into the College Football Hall of Fame. Not to just talk about football, but what kind of honor was that for you, Danny?
Ooh, that was fantastic. I want to see his foot here. Yep, that was a good call by the ref, man. They're on it. That was a fantastic. The Hall of Fame was a little bit unique because it was so many years later. At the end of the '96 season, there's a nice shot there, Chad Shane. There's so many things that happen quickly. National championship, Heisman Trophy, other awards. But then, so many years later to get into the Hall of Fame, you're older, you've got children, you can appreciate the experience. It's a really, really amazing experience.
Oh, Fliegelman read it. Just timing a little bit off.
But McKnight sped it up at him. I think he was expecting a ding, and he's going to earn it. That's a good move by McKnight.
Well, you called it. What, Jeff McKnight playing outstanding. It is in. Swing and a miss. Can he recover? Almost
the greatest. I think it got in. Every now and then the ball will get right in the light before you're hitting it. It was almost the greatest recovery. Fortunately, there's no video of that. Oh, wait, I'm watching it right now.
Look at this. He got there.
Oh, if he'd have got it, it would have been the best ever.
Well, Danny, that transition from football to kind of your post-career sports, what led you to pickleball and what attracted you to the National Pickleball League?
Well, I was introduced to pickleball kind of during COVID and just really fell in love with it right away. And I grew up training for football and basketball, but when I wanted to have fun, I played tennis and a lot of racquetball and ping pong. And so I just loved all those kind of sports. And then to get introduced to it and play and enjoy it. And then last year this came up. I heard about it, and I cannot express how grateful I am that I'm in the NPL. Let's honor this point here, and then I'll finish it because these are good players. That's a great point. Wow, what a fantastic point. But, I played a lot of different formats of pickleball, but the team format is so awesome. The NPL format is great. The way that they've treated us, the facilities, I could not have had a better experience. I love pickleball, and NPL truly has been the greatest format and experience of pickleball that I've had. And I'm not just saying that because I'm on the broadcast either, or because our president, Paul, is sitting next to me either.
That's right. Paul Bamundo sitting next to Amy. Well, Fleegs, he can get back and up in a hurry.
Little in stature, but mighty in hops. Scott Fliegelman.
I love it. What impresses you about, you've been around some of the greatest athletes in the world, but there's some terrific athletes out here, aren't there, Danny?
There really are. And, you know, when you're talking about being at the senior level, pretty amazing. I mean, just looking at Chad here, I mean, he's a beast of a human, you know, football player, rugby player, but he can flat out move. There's a lot of good athletes, but I also love the hand speed combined with the court awareness and strategy that's all going into it, quick decision making. There's so many things that come into making a great pickleball player.
Well, you had to do that on the football field as the quarterback. Can you compare that kind of strategic philosophy and tactics?
There's a lot of playing quarterback that transfers to doubles in pickleball. You know, you have to read the field and wait to make a decision always as a quarterback. And the more you can do it in pickleball, the more information you can take in, the more scouting you can do. And also, not many things in life do you wait to the very last second. As a quarterback, you go back, you're reading the field, you're waiting, and you make a decision, you pull the trigger, and you get hit. And so to wait and make a late decision and still commit to it is a pretty amazing, unique skill. And that's very, very part of pickleball is those sort of strategic decisions. You know, as a quarterback, you're always weighing risk-reward. Should I go deep or should I take the safe play? Pickleball, should I speed this up? Should I stay slow? Well, it depends.
Yeah. Shane, he can do that with a two-hander. Are we going to put together a game maybe end of the season where there's a little contact? We get Headings, we get you, Shane.
Yeah, all the former football players. We'll do it. That would be fun.
Who would be one other guy? I'm trying to think. Witzkin maybe with his size.
He's got the size for it, but he grunts when he dinks, so he automatically is disqualified. You can't grunt while you dink and play in the football division of this thing. So that eliminates a lot of the guys right there.
Oh, quality first game. Good fight by Columbus, but Fliegelman and Shane. Take a look. We'll go back to the duper ratings there, over 96%. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here on Championship Court 1 with Danny Werfel.
You guys ready? Ready? I have it. You ready? You guys ready?
And welcome back. We just had the team owners on the board. We're about to start game 2. Artie Shannon visiting with Danny Werfel. And Danny, by the way, we're talking about his record 12-2. Danny's actually 17-2 with the updated record. 11-0 in third game, decisive third games. Incredible. But get back to your ownership crew, who they just featured. Chris Montgomery, Mario Baschi. It's really a solid core. And the team that he put together, a lot of local flavor. How would you assess this management crew and the team?
I tell you what, I really like this group, and then Mario's wife Jennifer is one of the owners as well, and they have treated us so well. Big emphasis on team over individual. We've had several people make some pretty sacrificial decisions for the team so far. I think that's part of why we've had so much success. And they've just been wonderful. We had a team dinner last night, and it was just really fun. And oh, nice misdirect by Scott Fliegelman.
Have you felt this type of camaraderie? Did you feel that? Maybe can you compare that to maybe a college sports setting or the professional NFL setting?
Well, that's why I really do like this format. You know, I played in several regular sort of traditional pickleball tournaments, kind of tennis formats, brackets, you win, you can move on. And this team format is just so fun. You know, you finish a match and your teammates are there for you, win or lose, and vice versa. And that's, I think, a very unique part of being human, is connecting with others. And you can do it over a sport you love and competitive environment. That's pretty amazing.
Ooh, Shane is down but smiling. Heading's the redirect.
1-0-2. Oh, okay. I'll recall the score. You okay? Is it okay?
A slick spot on the court. Fleegs will clean up.
Yeah, I think Chad wakes up sweaty. He's just a very intense person.
You okay? Okay.
It's also fun to get to know who they are off the court. You know, he's a beast of a competitor, and yet he's, you know, chief lending officer at a big credit union and a banker. And everybody's got their backstories. Look at that athletic ability by Chad.
He doesn't move like a banker.
No.
Ooh, great effort there.
Great effort by McKnight, yeah, for sure.
Spin up and look at Headings. Oh, almost had it.
2-0-2.
2-0-2 in game 2.
Good shot.
Yeah, direction by Headings. He's got strong hands, doesn't he?
He sure does. And good reaction. The ball hit the net. It didn't go where he was thinking. He readjusts and still hits a great shot.
Yep.
Iconics undefeated through Saturday. That ups your record to 9-1. Many prognosticators saying, hey, this Iconic team, they could be the team to beat here in 2024.
Second serve.
You know, really, we've got a solid lineup. And, you know, a team sport isn't always about your best player. It's about how everybody cares for each other and how all the lines do. And we've just got a great group of people.
0-2-2.
Yeah, it's not just on paper. You've got really great depth, but just watching your team camaraderie off the court. That one was out. I think Shane was ready to crash into the gate if he needed to.
Yep, and threw it. There's a woman over there. Right. She had no idea how much danger she was in. Oh, no way if that's in.
That is in.
Oh, no.
McKnight tracks it, but then Fleegs puts it away. Calm, cool, collected. Scott Fliegelman.
3-0-1.
Oh, man. That was, even his defensive shots, Chad Shane, sometimes are quite offensive.
Right.
If that had gone over, that would have been crazy.
Always entertaining, I'll say that.
Wow.
Big
what I loved about that shot, it was a drive, but you could see how it dipped. So much about it isn't just the power, it's the height in which the person's hitting the volley, and he had to hit that volley from below the net, which caused the error. So the dipper, so that one was a little bit higher, so he could hit it down.
Chad Shane, the ability to speed up right into Headings. Danny Werfel, such a profound professional career, and now you're quite busy. Executive Director of Desire Street Ministries, President of the Werfel Foundation. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, I started working at Desire Street way back in 1997 when I was playing for the Saints. I retired in '04 and started working there. Became the director after Katrina hit, and we work in under-resourced neighborhoods all over the country. We partner with leaders that live there. They're trying to help families and kids, and we partner with those leaders for 5 years so that they can build their programs and their board and their funding. And so I've been doing that a long time. That's Desire Street Ministries. You can find out information on Desire Street at desirestreet.org. The Werfel
Jeff bringing the heat.
Yeah, he did. That was a great shot by him. The Werfel Foundation, a few years ago we started, and that's to kind of help a broader mission of mine to inspire service and unity in the world. We serve a lot of other nonprofits, and we have a college football award for community service. So let's just see this point here. Oh, great drop by McKnight. Oh, that's got to be so frustrating. But, wow.
Shot
Football
by
player
Eddie.
must be.
That's right. I'm not going to give him basketball player. He didn't get off the ground that high, but the timing impeccable.
You could tell he was no lineman there. He turned back and moved quickly. That was a great shot. So, we have a community service award for college football, and we just announced a few days ago that our new sponsor is Allstate. So the Allstate Werfel Trophy, you'll hear about that this year, and Werfel Foundation and Desire Street doing a lot of good stuff.
Side out.
So you're looking for top community service athletes,
college football players, and it's not for touchdowns or rushing yards or catches, but it's about how much community service did you do, how much difference did you make, how creative you were. Oh my gosh, no way, no way. Look at that, Fliegelman running across, Chad covering him behind, and it's almost like a well-orchestrated play there.
Well, it looked like a do or die for Fliegelman.
Yeah.
Chad changed so quick laterally, Danny. He was there in no time.
That's a good shot.
McKnight.
2 good shots by McKnight.
Hats off to McKnight. He's holding his own.
6-1-2.
Called up in relief of Hedberg, who unfortunately is injured. McKnight seeing the majority of the balls, Danny, and if you're headings, trying to keep yourself prepared. You see the ball every 4 or 5.
That's a tough thing when you're being iced out a little bit in pickleball. And, one, you're not getting a lot of touches, so when you do, you're not as comfortable. But also, there's pressure. When you do get a shot, you're going to try to do something with it because it might be your only shot, and then you're prone to make more errors.
Chad with a leaping attempt. Columbus looking to battle back. Both of these teams undefeated yesterday. Battling for the prize money.
Oh, that was a fantastic forehand counter by Headings, because Chad can take that ball anywhere. From there, he'll go at your forehand, he'll go at your body, down the line, and across court. So, like, if you guess wrong, you're in trouble. But that was fantastic counter.
Goes cross court that time.
Oh, nice. A little Ben Johns-esque backhand roll volley by McKnight, and then it gets out of the way.
7-1.
Nice serve by Headings.
Second serve.
Headings seems like a really good partner to have, doesn't he?
He sure does. It's interesting to watch all the different players, and there's some that are just such fantastic partners and encouraging. And unfortunately, there's a few that seem to be a little grumpy sometimes, which isn't so nice. But I knew that was coming before he hit it. Oh, nice.
Who went down the line with the punch one-hander there.
He's got a lot of tools in that arsenal.
You don't have any grumpy guys on your side on the Iconics, do you?
We really don't. It's pretty amazing that I think it's partly intentional because of the way they drafted and who they drafted, and part of it's just luck.
Second serve.
I don't know who got that. They both kind of had the same stroke as Sharon Alap, but they earned the point. 7-4-2.
Side out.
Side out. Columbus staying alive here in the second. Have you done much commentary in other sports, Danny? Football?
I've done some football, some radio for football, and I actually commentated for the Duper Collegiate National Championships last year. That was really fun. It was there in Atlanta. Got to do some of that and enjoy it when I get to.
Who won the college championship? Was that last year?
There's a couple different ones. The Duper one, I think, it was North Carolina State with Colin Schick. I was in the finals, but I think a different team beat them, and my brain is...
Sorry to put you on the spot.
My 50-year-old brain
Yeah.
can't remember the winning team. But University of Florida has a very good club pickleball team. My son goes to Florida and is on that team.
How about that?
He got him back.
Fleeks tweener, and he gets the point.
Oh, my.
That is a mic drop or paddle drop. Scott Fliegelman, and pointing towards us. We see you, Fleeks.
Oh, my. Went into that fence.
That could be the shot of the season.
That's pretty amazing. It's a great lob by McKnight. What else does he have to do?
Right? So your son, what's his name?
Jonah, my son Jonah.
Wolfel on the Gator pickleball team.
Yes, he is. And they've gotten silver at a couple of the national tournaments, his team.
Do you see that becoming an official NCAA sport?
I think so. I mean, it's just blowing up everywhere. And so, yeah, I think it's a matter of time. I think eventually Olympic sport, a lot of people are working towards that end, and it's growing internationally. Primarily no way. No way.
That's what we're saying. Fleegs putting on a show.
Wow. Oh, my word. That was a great hit by Headache. That was great.
I love the subtle, low-key. Oh, Fleegs is down. Come on, Scott. Get up, buddy.
Side out.
What did Eddie say? I think that was in. I got the bad news for you, too.
Why did you get that one, Scott? If he'd have got that one, that would have been amazing. He might be hurt.
I like the subtleties of Fleegs, his little celebrations, his lookaways. Or as the younger generation said, and Zippy corrected me, low-key.
Low-key, that's it. I was going to say smooth, but that's old school, I guess.
No,
we've got 4:10.
To clarify, if the ball has bounced out before I go across the plane, the ball has to be dead. And if the ball landed out, then you'd have been good. Then you're good. But the ball landed in, and you crossed the plane. Okay. So there was a fault. You didn't get it in.
Yeah, I think he might have thought the ball was out, or he was just asking for the question. But the ball landed in, even though he was doing his pirouette fall, crossing the plane of the net without hitting the ball.
You make it sound so good. It wasn't that good.
That's true. It was about like Chad's missed overhead. Oh, wow.
Shane, what a kept from McKnight. And look at that curl just missing. Well, this has been an entertaining match. I mean, mostly in favor of Denver, but.
Oh.
Second serve.
Columbus looking for a big comeback here in game 2, but
5-10-2.
they have certainly made it fun without Hedberg.
Side out.
That's all about direction there by Fliegelman. Match point.
10-5-1.
God, what a great pickup by Chad there. Oh.
Second serve.
McKnight continues to impress. So undefeated in game 3s, Danny Werfel 11-0. What is the secret there? Just your experience under pressure?
I don't know. It's pretty wonky. I don't think anything can happen 11-0. I think you learn the players as you play throughout a match, and a lot of these people never played against, so you don't know what they're good at or bad at. So you might be able to pick up some cues there, and just being able to dial in under pressure is something I've always tried to do, and probably a little bit of luck, a few net cords, and if he gets, watch this.
He's back. Reset. And finally.
What a point. Said, we are not finished yet, says Columbus.
Chad Chain does a great job. Well, what do you have to do to get a ball past Fliegelman and Chain?
Non-banded server serving. That's 6. Should be the non-banded server at 6. You're still at 1.
6-10, first serve confirmed for Headings. And there's another one. They're hanging around.
Timeout receivers.
But Denver's going to take a timeout.
10-1, 1 minute.
Why do you think Fliegelman decided to do TO here?
I think they got a little momentum. They're at 7. You don't want to mess around. A couple shots here. I couldn't tell if he was holding his hand funny after he fell down. So I wonder a little bit if he's want to make sure he's okay. But probably just more momentum.
Yeah, he does keep glancing over, I believe it's the right hand, Danny. Have you done much coaching and since your playing days?
Yeah, a little bit with individuals here and there. You know, actually a lot more coaching on the leadership level and kind of nonprofit management level and that sort of thing. We do a lot of helping people develop and all that kind of stuff. So that's been more my investment in learning about how to be your best self at whatever it is you're doing.
7-10-1.
That's a great drive.
That gets on ATP, successful from McKnight.
Man, what was the winning percentage?
Point.
It was over 96%
and here we
in
are
favor of Denver.
At 8-10-1. Nice shot. So one thing that's interesting, you know, typically, and as they started out, they put Headings on the left. Often you'll put the better player on the left to cover more court, but they found something where they want to alternate that, so they're kind of what we would say reverse stacking.
Side out.
Nice pickup by Fleeks.
Got him to 8.
Denver serving for the match again. They've had a few match points. Yeah, well done.
What a great game. Hey, valiant effort there by Columbus. You got to give him a lot of credit.
Yeah, very entertaining. A lot of highlight film stuff in this match. It is the Iconics over the Hot Shots, and they take it 11-5, 11-8. Great to visit with Danny Warfel. Wonderful to have you a part of the NPL.
Hey, thanks for having me. Have a great rest of your day.
And we look forward to seeing you out here. So,
all right,
championship
sounds
court.
good.
Okay. And Amy will visit with the victors, Chad Chain, Scott Fliegelman, on court after this quick break on Championship Court.
All right, Denver, 11-5.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
Okay, I get to be here with the Denver Iconics as they just won that match. Great job, fellas. I thought for a minute I was going to have to go find them to get them to the court to start the match, but they did show up, and they showed up and played a great match. Way to go, you guys. Scott, can you talk to me a little bit about strategy when you came out? I know that they had a sub there last minute, and that's tough for Jeff to handle, but what was your guys' strategy as going into that match?
Yeah, hats off to Jeff and the team. I'm really sorry John couldn't go. We had a great scouting report ready to go for Hedberg and Headings, and we'll have to save that for another time. Jeff stepped up. First couple of points, a little bit loose, and then he played great. We couldn't get away with any mistakes, and Headings was super positive. I'm sure he was a really great partner for Jeff, so hats off to Columbus.
And I am so impressed, Chad, with the scrambling that you guys can do. I thought they were out, especially about 3 points ago. I thought you guys were out the point. All of a sudden, the ball comes back, and you're covering each other. Talk to me a little bit about how you guys can cover so much court and get everything back.
Yeah, I think some of it is athleticism, but also great anticipation. We just know where the ball is going to be. We know where each other are. Sometimes we do run into each other. You saw that a little bit. When you're both fast, you both go for it sometimes. But we get a lot of extra points because of all the stuff we run down.
Absolutely. Two's better than nobody going for the ball, right?
That's right.
Hey, Coach Scott, I saw more lobs out of you than I've seen in a minute. Is that something that you've been working on in your game because you use them at a very efficient time and it was well disguised?
I think I saw a couple of lobs yesterday from some opponents and some other players, and it reminded me that, I like to lob as disguise. And, one tip that I have is, it doesn't have to get over their head. If you can just get them a little off balance over their backhand side, I've got a partner like Chad that can put away the next ball.
And Chad, what's your favorite aspect of being out here? We're so glad you're part of NPL this year, and I know Scott is enjoying having you as his partner, and you guys get to practice together. What's your favorite part of NPL?
Oh, man, it reminds me of being at work. I'm an executive at a credit union, and credit union models are people helping people. And the NPL atmosphere is just like that. It's incredible. Like, we battle on the court, but at the parties, at dinner afterwards, we're all one big family, and it's just so fun to do that. I wouldn't trade it for a tournament anytime.
I totally agree. It's all about team, community. We're all friends, right? And I loved we had Danny here doing the commentating for y'all's match, and so we were just talking about the different athleticism that comes into this. And with you're not a tennis background per se, but yet, do you feel like the athlete can also step in and compete with the former tennis players?
Yeah, they can. I did play college tennis, so not just a rugby player. So no, it's cool. But I've seen a lot of baseball players, any hand-eye sport, really, I've seen them step in. And if you're a good athlete, get on the pickleball court and you're going to get better.
Absolutely. You guys, you played a great match. It's been a great tournament for you so far this weekend. So, we'll see what happens. You guys might go home with some money again.
That's the plan. Let's go Iconics.
Thanks, Amy.
Okay, guys, next we have coming up on the court, we have the Houston Hammers are going to be playing Coachella. Coachella is underdog. The Houston Hammers are actually favored, I believe, by the Duper ratings. So we'll get that back for you, but it's going to be a great match coming up. Pod 1 men, Coachella versus the Houston Hammers.
You got it? Okay. Okay, welcome back. Here is our next match. The Houston Hammers. A heavy favorite here, Scott Moore, Rich Thunder Lopez against Johan Svensson and Keith Jane. And much of that favorite, you know, with the duper ratings is because the man sitting next to me not available to play today for Coachella Valley. Unfortunate for the Scorpions on court, fortunate for our broadcast and the audience at home, but we do welcome in Coachella Valley's Dane Gingrich. Great to have you here, Dane. I know you'd rather be on court, but thanks for taking the time.
This is going to be a good match. This is going to be pretty strategic.
And you talk strategic, and nobody knows better strategy than Dane Gingrich. And what you think is the strategy coming in for your side?
So we have Scott Moore. We have the GOAT, right? The senior pro GOAT. No one's going to touch his titles. And we have Rich Lopez, who's been in a lot of big moments, and Johan's been in big moments. So, but Keith is stepping out on the big stage for the first time, right? And so they're probably going to test him early.
And there it is. Good call, Dane. Talk about his game a little bit. I mean, obviously an electric type athlete.
Keith?
Yeah.
Yeah. Keith's super underrated. I mean, they're going to test him, and I actually said ahead of time, you know, be prepared for it, and I want it. Number one, he's a great athlete. Number two, he's got that beast of a gearbox in his hand.
That shot by Jane, volleyball player. Quick hands and a fist pump there. Nice angle taken by Svensson.
There's going to be a lot of probing, right? There's going to be a lot of probing for information early in this match from the kitchen. We're going to work the ball around both teams, right? We're going to work the ball around, see where we can find our vulnerabilities, and then we're going to try to take advantage from there.
Oh, look at that angle and roll by Svensson. And you called him one of the more underrated players in the game.
Yeah, I think Johan's top 3 right side player right now, the Senior Pro Tour. And it's really interesting because we have Scott Moore on the right, and Scott usually plays the left. So this will be interesting to see if we can, we mean the Scorpions, right? It's hard being on the broadcast with my team out there, right?
Oh, we get it. We love that flavor. Well, first question, how are you, by the way? You look like you're walking okay.
Yeah, the walking's fine. It's only on court on certain moves, and I don't think it's too serious.
Well, we are happy to hear that. All Scorpion fans relieved to hear that.
But I'm telling you, I'm jonesing right now. I'm jealous that I love being here, but I'd much rather be on the court. And there's the test.
Get deep to Jane.
Yeah, they're going to come for him. They're going to come for him hard, as they should. He's got to be tested, right? And I think he's going to handle it. And you know, we're gonna try to play points a little bit more through Scott's backhand and try to open up a court that way. Right there.
Well, there's some of the ability. Keith, he's got excellent wingspan, doesn't he, Dane?
Yeah, he's long, he's super athletic, and he's got a lot of power.
Well, there it is. You called it, Dane. They're coming in with the fire at him. That'll be the first test, and then they'll go soft as well.
I don't think they're going to go soft if he can't handle it, and nor should they. I think they got to come at him hot and see if he can handle it.
Ooh, look at that carve by Thunder Lopez. Well, one thing we know after seeing Jane play at the last event is you don't want to lob over him.
No, he's got some hops. Looks like Rich and Scott want to play quicker. They want to play faster points, and I think we want to play. Yeah, see, We want to play slower. We want to work the point a little bit at the kitchen and see if we can exploit and create some space. And these guys look like they're coming hot and hard and going to try to bully.
Good lead there by Johan. Keith Jane played volleyball at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, part of the Daisy Gang Pickleball Club. Svensson from Sweden, director of rackets at Memphis Country Club, college tennis in Tyler, Texas. So, do you have to have volleyball background to play for Coachella Valley? Do you have any, Dane?
It seems like it does, right? I think during the draft, I think if you didn't, you weren't allowed to be drafted. Yeah, no, not a prerequisite, but it seems like we have some volleyball players on our team.
Scott Moore with the Ernie Hall of Fame move.
That's one of Scott's best shots, his patented Ernie off the drop.
Thunder bringing rain with that.
You know, a lot of big match experience right here on this side with Rich and Scott. They're not going to get rattled.
Ooh, soft hands by Lopez. You're playing an experienced team like Moore and Lopez. What's the mindset coming in against that quality?
Yeah, first it's pre-acceptance that they got a lot of match experience, right? But enjoying the opportunity to play with them and against them. But I think we got to play again. We got to play slower, softer, and we got to work some corners a little bit more and make these points last.
Oh, what a get from Scott.
There it is.
You called it, Dane. That's more the style you want, huh?
That's what we want. And we know Scott's long. Scott's super long. He's playing such a high level, right? You cannot give him anything in the middle out of the air. I don't care who the other person is on the other side. He's going to make you pay. Got to keep it on the ground to both of these guys because, you know, Rich is tricky too. Out of the air, he can lob you, he can flick you, he can do his inside out. He's dangerous out of the air as well.
Unpredictable, isn't he, Lopez?
Yeah.
There's a lob, but again, it's Jane. You just electric type leaper.
They might have called a full fault.
He did glance over at the official. Let's see. Yep, there it was. A good call.
That's the point we want. That's the point we want. You know, back to Rich too. He's such a good player, but even more frustrating is one of the nicest guys on the court. And I just can't stand it.
You can't stand that as his opponent, huh? You'd rather dislike the opponent?
Yeah. I like the guys that talk a little trash. He's always nice shot, good shot, great shot. You can't be upset with somebody like that.
Does that get under your skin more than somebody talking trash to you?
It used to, but not anymore. He's legitimately such a nice guy. He's not trying to play mind games with it. He's just that nice.
So who's the best trash talker out here in the league? Can you say? Can you reveal
question. That? Who talks trash? Weinbach and I have a nice little fun back and forth. Weinbach can talk some trash.
Yeah, I've heard some of that. He's directed it towards us before too.
Yeah.
So Moore and Lopez their first lead. Deep serve on the slice.
Good ball.
Johan slapped that. Gets the side up.
It's kind of what we expected, right? We expected a little. It's going to be a tight match, and I know you said they're underdogs in the beginning, and on paper, I think Scott and Rich are definitely the favorites, but I think we can have long, drawn-out points and make these guys work, right? And if we make Scott and Rich work, they're going to end up ultimately speeding up on Jane, right? And we want that.
What did Jane do there that you would like to see something different?
I mean, he has a really nice slapper, but sometimes he doesn't put enough roll under it, right? So it slaps and it gets a little too flat.
Moore trying to peg him. Jane so elusive. Just leaping out of the way. Eight, 6-2. Well, just missing. Any talk to Svensson before this one without having you out there, it being more aggressive, or is he just supposed to play that role?
No, no, especially with Keith here, right? He's got to play a little bit more aggressively here. And then when Keith gets warmed up and he looks like the nerves are doing well for him, then he can get back into more of the. I mean, Johan can play aggressive. He can play a strong, aggressive game too. Just when he and I play, he doesn't need to do that, right? And so he can bring the aggression too.
Oh, good hustle by Rich. And Moore gets the best of that exchange.
Yeah, their hands are solid. You don't want to come at these guys from below the net too often. You know, Rich has got that gearbox too, which thing, you know, that thing is a lightning. It's a bazooka.
And Gearbox, innovation to the core. This is our presenting sponsor, Gearbox Pickleball. No bigger fan than the guy sitting next to me, Dane Gingrich. We do also want to thank all our sponsors, Incrediware, Gamma Pickleball, Ernie, Victory Sports Technology, Julian's Coffee Roasters, and Fat Tire Ale. Are you able to enjoy some more Fat Tires now that you're off for the weekend, Dane?
It's funny, too. I hardly ever drink, and last night I did have a beer. Yes, I did. The heck, I'm not playing. Let's enjoy it.
What was discussed in the timeout, do you think? Or was that more kind of a momentum breaker?
Yeah, I would have liked to time out earlier than 6:10, to be honest.
Little quality from Jane.
That's good. It'll be interesting to see if Rich and Scott stay hyper aggressive. It's working, and I don't know that I want Johan and Keith pulling first and trying to overpower them. I think I want to create some space and play a slower, kind of muddier game plan against them and then pull. I don't think pulling early without creating space is going to work against these two guys.
We got Jane on the right now.
Which I like. I like Jane in front of Scott.
That just missed. I
That's
get the feeling you like that point, though, Dane.
That's the exact point we want, right? We can live with that. We can live with that. And Scott's backhand dink is still solid.
Thunder goes for the Thunder and Lightning. Came up a little shy, so second serve. Coachella gets this ball back. Could make it interesting here.
Let's return to Scott. I like returning to Scott.
Nice return. And goodbye, and the Scorpions do get the serve back. Down 3, climbing back in.
So if I'm on the court, I think I want to drop. I want to drop to Rich, reset my fifth, and then I want to get in that pattern with Scott and Johan cross court. There we go.
Ooh, caught, hit behind Jane. So second serve.
That's a good point. Rich again, awesome hands.
What are the reasons you like Jane in front of Moore? Is it to get in the cross-court dink with Johan?
It's allowing Johan to go cross-court with Scott, and then Keith's hands are so solid that if Scott does test him, I like that. I think we can win 6 out of 10, Keith over Scott, as long as Scott is doing it from below the net.
Ooh, pretty good look right there.
Yeah, I think that's the inexperience, right? I think it's a good play, and I just think the inexperience of the big moment.
Ooh, Jane got there, just sent it wide, and an entertaining first game. 11-8 goes to Houston. We'll be back for game 2 coming up. The National Pickleball League here in Cincinnati at the beautiful Pickle Lodge in Cincinnati, second largest indoor pickleball complex in the country. What are your thoughts of this place, Dane?
I love this place. Walked in the first second. Loved. It's open, right? It's beautiful, but it has a competitive spirit to it as well, right? It has both kind of a recreational and competitive spirit. This is one of my favorites by far.
I think you just wrote their marketing logo right there, man.
That's it, baby. That's it.
Ooh, more a little inside-out spin there on the overhead, a scorpion-type delivery. What was the message, Dane, to your team?
It was keep doing what they were doing to end that first game. I think even though they lost, they had a nice little bit of momentum there. I really like this lineup here with Keith in front.
I was blocked.
Yeah, initially called out. I couldn't see it. We'll have another look. Some dispute. It looked like a little deep. Yeah. Johan gives you the thumbs up. They were hoping they got it right.
Yeah, we got to live in the mud right here. We just got to make this game an hour long if we have to. Just live in the mud. If we play them too fast, we're going to get wiped.
Yeah, Keith James will accept that lob challenge. Is that a little scorpion on his calf?
Yeah,
Did you guys draw some of that on? Yeah. Or is that permanent?
202.
Nice little scorpion tats.
Oh, nobody does it better. The Hall of Famer Scott Moore. That cut volley, what makes this shot so effective for Moore.
And he has such good touch there, right? It's above the net. It's just a natural cut for him. He's been doing it for 4,800 years. It's one of his better. I mean, the guy is such a good player. So much respect for Scott.
That serve never came up. Lopez driving it.
1-2-1.
1-2-1. Ooh, nicely done.
Yeah, Scott Moore on the right there. We had it a little inverted. I'm not sure I know Keith's been doing it in his other matches, but I think against Scott Moore, I don't think I love that pull being off balance and wide. I think he's to play a little bit more patient. I think he can get a better opportunity.
Well, there you go.
Nice.
So 2-2-2 if you want more of this insight from my partner right now, Dane Gingrich. He just released a new book, Pickleball Mindset. Quality point.
Yeah, again, we never got it on the ground, right? Scorpions never got it on the ground in against these two guys.
3-2-2.
That is not a good formula for success.
There you go. Jane taking advantage. Talk about your experience and what led you to publish this book, Pickleball Mindset, Dane.
It's been 30 years in the making, right? I've tried to write it 2 or 3 times and I've always stopped, and it's just such an undertaking. And my co-author Jill Martin, who's my personal trainer and ex-attorney and a 4-5 player, she and I not bad, not bad. She and I were texting over and over about, you know, her training in my on court, and after a while she just said, "Hey man, we should write a book."
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
Put it down on paper, right?
Yes. And 2 years later, a year and a half later, boom, and it's done. I mean, it's just been mind-boggling, the success that it's had, the impact. The pickleball community has been so amazingly supportive.
Yeah, you took the punches that you were brave enough to go on the podcast, Everything in the Kitchen Tank, and you seldom get a consensus from those guys about anything, but it sounded like they really appreciated that book and learned a lot from it.
Yeah, we're super appreciative of the community. It's been an amazing.
Second serve.
It is just mind-blowing. I'm rarely a loss, you know, have a loss of words, but the pickleball community has blown our minds with their support.
Well, I'm going to have to get my copy, improve not only my game, which a lot of work needs there, but baby. Mindset, of course.
It'll help everything.
Second serve.
This is your first year in the NPL, and we're just thrilled to have you in the league. Ooh, that was a good look for Johan there. But what's your assessment, and what impresses you the most about the NPL?
I love this. I just think it's such a different experience than your individual tournaments, right? The team atmosphere, the family atmosphere. They've done such a good job with every aspect of the NPL. The play is really high. Again, it's competitive, and it kind of matches where we are, right? The Pickle Lodge. It's super competitive, but at the same time, there's a relaxed vibe that I'm not used to, right? And so you get the you get the best of both worlds. I think it's only going to get bigger and bigger. I just can't wait to see what happens next year.
That's quality stuff from Jane.
Yeah, if Keith can reach out with that gearbox, baby, he can reach out, put some juice on it, and they get an advantage. It's just a matter of will Rich and Scott allow it to happen. Wow.
And there's that reach again, Dane taking advantage.
And I think that's the disadvantage of Scott being on the right. Right, Scott being on the left, that's an automatic reach in with his forehand in the middle there. Kind of surprised that Scott's staying on the right. As that middle they're a little bit more vulnerable in the middle.
Are you allowed to coach both teams? I don't know if Kim Jade's going to agree to that.
We're here trying to be neutral. We're trying to be neutral. Yeah.
Good counter there, Lopez.
You hit Rich's belly button, point is over. Best shot right there. Rich's counter from his chest is solid.
That's not an easy shot either. Why is he so efficient at it?
It's just everybody has their unique counter abilities, right? He's always been able to do that. He's just so strong. I mean, look at him, he's a bull. There's the ball.
Who splits the defense? Johan does.
Again, you know, Scott being on the right, Rich being on the left. Rich isn't as long as Scott, nor is he as aggressive as Scott from that side.
So is that game plan then? Just go right down the middle then, huh?
I mean, it's work.
Ooh.
That's a good ball.
Went for behind the back.
Yeah, I mean, it's working. It's there, right? Now they switch back. Now Scott's going to be on the left again in his favorite spot.
That ball sailed on him.
Those are the little things. Those missed returns in the big moments, right? Those are the little things that'll come and bite you, especially up or down. 3-6 at the time.
You chalk that up also to maybe a little lack of experience?
Maybe a little bit, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, he doesn't look nervous. He's playing really freely, but again, it's the, you know, you're down 3-6. This ball has to go in, right? The return has to be returned to the spot we want. We don't even want to toy with the back line. Down 3-6. If you were up a game in 6-3, you can afford here and there another inch. You know, you're down 3-6. This ball has to be made, and we got to get to the kitchen and make them play.
Well, for those of us who haven't read your book, and we all need to get it, but maybe outline a couple of main points if you can.
Yeah. And the whole thing, I mean, it's a really unique book because it's about my mental concepts, and then Jill takes the concepts that I talk about and she puts them in her real life experience, and I think it's resonated with a lot of amateur players, right? And, you know, she gets really vulnerable in talking about her fears and her doubts, where I think a lot of people think they're sitting home alone in those fears and doubts, right? And so we talk a ton about just really loving and enjoying the process of improvement, and then we just kind of break the book down under the umbrella of, it's a great third, under the umbrella of how to like just love the moment that you're in, right? It's not about results. We don't talk about mechanics, not a whole lot of like physical strategies, but more about the enjoyment of just learning new things. And
Ernie for Johan.
that's a good move. Learning new things and realizing that there's going to be a lot of ebbs and flows within that process, and it's totally normal.
That sounds like a lot of this is going to relate to anything in life, Dan.
Absolutely, absolutely. Right, it's definitely in the framework of pickleball, but we can take it into the office, we can take it to school, we can take it everywhere. That's what we want.
Yep, good patience there.
That's what we want. Scott's got a nice lob too out of the air. Both of them do. Rich and Scott, you got to be careful. You don't want to be leaning too far, too aggressively into the kitchen against these guys when they take it out of the air.
He came over at 3. There you go.
But I like that pattern. I just think we put Scott. We just make Scott hit a zillion backhand dinks. See if we can create some space.
Second serve.
Going behind Svensson. Nice direction by Thunder.
Yeah, Rich is really good at that, right? Rich rarely hits the same spot 3-4 times in a row. He's really good at mixing up his spots at the kitchen. You always have to be on balance with this boy. See that little inside-out flick?
Yeah.
He's super tricky, and you just have to always know that this ball off of Rich's paddle can go anywhere.
5-8-2.
5-8-2. Well, that's tough from Scott Moore.
Yep, it's one of Scott's bread and butter shots, that forehand off the bounce.
Big drive, and then the leaping put away from Thunder.
See, and I think that's a strategic error, too, to return to Rich and allow Scott to come in. We got to return to Scott.
9-5-1.
Scott's not going to drive it as heavy as Rich. He's more likely to drop. Scott on the right again.
See if they go middle. That's a better lob. And right into our monitor, Scott Moore, the put away. The Houston team loves it.
The GOAT, the senior pro GOAT.
Who are your couple of your favorite players to play with and maybe to play against?
I started my senior pro career with Dave Weinbach, right? Another highly touted senior pro and, you know, young pro before that. I played with all, you know, every partner. I love all my partners. I think, you know, and I said in the book too, I think my favorite partner, male or female, has been Jen Dawson.
Okay.
Right? And I, you know, the senior pro GOAT on the women. She's just so easy to play with. She's so competitive and she smiles at the same time.
Right.
And I always joke, right? When you play with Jen, you just wind her up and let her go and jump on her back. She'll take you home.
It's a big drive by Thunder to end it. Entertaining match. Houston takes it. They are in control of the team battle. Well, thank you, Dane Gingrich. Pleasure. Great to have you, man.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, and Amy will be with the victorious team right after this quick break from the National Pickleball League.
Scott goes, is that the same ball? I didn't get it. Anyway, well done. Good job. I know. Yeah, it was worth it. Now I gotta take this off, and then I'll probably be the one that comes back out anyway. Thank you. You what?
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
Awesome, guys. Hi, I'm here with the winners, the Houston Hammers that just finished that match, and they took it in 2. But it was actually a long grind. And Scott, can you tell me a little bit about what you guys came in strategy-wise in that match?
Yeah, we didn't actually know Keith. He's kind of new, and Dane was hurt, so we decided to test him early and low. We didn't want to keep it high because he's got a backhand that he hits so hard you can't even see it. So we tried that a couple times, got blasted, and decided we better keep it really soft, and so we were able to soften it up on him. Johan wasn't moving well, had a little knee injury, so we made him move a little bit, and fortunately things worked out.
Yeah, there was a lot of good controlled dinking going on. I felt like a lot of good cross-court dinks. Rich, talk to me about, there was a lot of dinking I saw between you and Johan. Is that a comfort level for you, or do you like to get out of that situation?
No, definitely. Like I told Scott, I said, listen, the best dinker on the court is Johan, so we don't want to get into long battles, but if we do, move him around, right? We saw that he was, unfortunately, you know, nursing a knee or whatnot, so we got to keep it. But I also wanted him to, hey, let's get it on the ground to Keith. That's our best bet. If we play, you know, smart, small ball kind of a thing, it would be in our favor. Make them, you know, with our counter abilities and whatnot. But, you know, just like Scott said, keep it out of the strike zone and we'll be fine. So we did that, and thankfully we got away with the win. So.
And Scott, I'm going to ask you, I noticed there was just a little bit of confusion in the middle ball there that you guys talked about. Can you share a little bit about what you conversed on that episode?
Yeah, so when I'm on the right side, you know, my backhand's in the middle. I like my backhand. Rich likes his forehand. So sometimes we have to really talk about it, or else we both go for it. or even.
He had said, Rich, I'm going to take the next one down the middle, and I couldn't really hear, so I said, Rich, take the next one down the middle. So that was our confusion. I thought you said me to take it, but then that's why the next one he took. So I was like, okay, my bad.
But I did say it in Japanese, so that was the confusion. I tried English after that, and that worked better. So.
Yeah, you understood that language a little better, right, Rich?
A little bit. Yeah, definitely.
Well, guys, congratulations. Great match. Houston Hammers are doing well. You guys think you're going to go home with some money this weekend?
We always think we're going home with the money this weekend.
And so far, we have both weekends, but we started off with a loss, as we did in Columbus, and ended up second. So that's what we're hoping to pull off today. So every win counts, and that was a fun one.
Tell me about what you have there in your hand, Rich.
Well, this is something that Columbus ended up having to hand over to us when second week when we had to go head-to-head. We were the first 4-0 teams, and we ended up winning the team breaker and going home with the hammer. So with that being said, what time is it?
Hammer time.
It's hammer time, baby.
Guys, thanks for talking with me. Great match. Okay, you guys, we've got a mixed match coming up next, and it is going to be Denver and Columbus. Columbus is highly favored in the Duper rating, so we'll see if Duper is correct in what they are saying is going to happen. But it's going to be a good one, so come right back.
Welcome back. We are in Cincinnati here at the Pickle Lodge. Just no doubt, you talk to all the players and everybody involved in the NPL. They love this place. Here in the Queen City in Cincinnati, home to the University of Cincinnati and Xavier University. Pretty city this is on the riverfront. Well, Duper ratings make Columbus a heavy favorite. It was surprising to see those numbers against the likes of Scott Fliegelman and Kelly Ojeda. And welcome back, Amy.
Hi, Ari. This is going to be a great match. I am a little surprised as well at the high Duper ratings with such a great team from Denver, but Scott and Natalie are a great mixed team. So I wouldn't be surprised, but Denver is going to give them a run for their money.
We'll check the head-to-head here and update you on scores throughout the building on this Sunday morning in the National Pickleball League. This is a big match. Hot Shots on top, 4-2. Amy.
Wow, it is a big match.
A little surprised, too, without Hedberg, who he tried to make a go of it. I talked to him earlier, says, I'm going to try to play, but he was in pain. Unfortunately, Big John out with an injury as that sails long. But you got to hand it to the Hot Shots. Jeff McKnight coming up big. And
that's right.
You look at your team depth, and I think, you know, a lot of people have been talking their depth up for Columbus. And that's on display here.
Jeff stepped up big and played pod 1 over here with Chris Headings. Did a great job.
Oh, Headings tried to go tweener out of the air.
Yeah, that's tough.
He got a paddle on it.
He did.
And we should mention, because we talked about Hedberg being unavailable, for Denver, Molly Carter, their #1 female player. So Fleegs just wanted a confirmation. The official gave it to him.
Molly and Scott both live in Boulder, so they get to practice and play together a lot, which is, I mean, such a difference. A lot of these players come together for the weekends for NPL, but they live in completely different states and never get time to practice together until they show up for the weekend. So it makes a huge difference.
That is deep.
And we have 2 teams with a righty-lefty combo here, too. Both these ladies are lefties.
Fleegs, quick flick to the backhand, but not an easy shot.
No.
Fliegelman's come up with some highlight film shots here already this morning.
Great
a
flick.
tweener for a winner. Did you see that one, Amy?
Yes.
Where it almost ran into the gate.
He's got some wheels, doesn't he?
You talked about the similarity of Ojeda and Bagby being lefty.
Yeah.
What about their game? What are the similarities in the game and maybe their differences as well?
Well, they both have very large tennis backgrounds. Kelly was at USC and a standout All-American, and Natalie played on the Pro Tour for a long time from France. So I think that brings to pickleball a ton of mental, I mean, they know how to handle pressure. They mentally are tough and strong and don't let their emotions get control of them. And so that's huge in pickleball, the emotional side of the game and being able to control your mental side. So they got it, both of these gals.
This should make for a superb match. Headings.
That's a lot of power coming right
really
there.
is.
And Natalie can step in and hit it right along with Chris. But Chris has one of the best drives of anybody out here.
Yeah, you think about the sound that the pickleball makes off the paddle. It sounds a little different when Headings hits it, doesn't it?
It does.
It's just a pure pop, almost like the ball's going to explode.
Exactly. He crushes it.
Not so much that time.
Just a little long there.
Sorry, Headings again. You know,
Yep.
broadcast jinx again.
Yes. We did it to him.
Fliegelman recovers.
It's a great ball by Natalie to go behind him. Wow. Good ball by Chris to step in. Nice punch. Such quick hands.
Ooh, look at that. Two-hander cross-court winner, Ojeda.
It's a great shot by Kelly. Follow that.
Well, how about a couple of Hall of Famers on the broadcast here? Scott Moore, pickleball. Danny
Yes.
Warfel, college Hall of Fame football player. And then you get that likes of Dane Gingrich with his insight.
Absolutely. We've had some great people in here helping us on the broadcast team. That was so nice and enjoyable to listen to all of them.
And now we get the famous former Baylor basketball star, Amy Yarbrough, with your pickleball knowledge. And I am a fortunate play-by-play guy bringing this kind of analysis.
This has been really fun to join you here in the broadcast team. I can't be on the court this year, so I'm honored to be right here next to you guys and helping out. Oh, that's a tough ball.
You see that forehand by Headings, you know, with the follow-through up, kind of almost like Nadal. He doesn't come from a racket background.
Right.
He doesn't have the tennis experience. And for him to be able to generate that pop and spin when he needs it, look at that finish up high. And we know he can do that, the power.
It's a great put away. The other thing I want to highlight, Ari, about this match that I'd love for all the other gentlemen out there to watch is when you play mixed, a lot of it, again, is a support by your partner. And these two guys, I got to call them out because they are great partners to play with. You won't see any negative body language or just they're very supportive partners, and that makes a huge difference when you're playing mixed. And so quality partnerships out here going on right now.
So I'm not sure what Fliegelman expected there. I thought he was going to try to pull off another shot and hit it bare hand tweener. But something was out of system, and he noted it. So Denver serving. Ooh, good hustle and get from Ojeda.
Wow, that's a great drop by Chris to pull her in. Good
Phenomenal
get by Kelly.
hands. Headings list, you know, football we know, Western Illinois Division I football, baseball and wrestling, very strong background. A nice little cut there by Fleegs.
Yep. Chris, Scott says, back at you, Chris. I can do that too. Great drop shot.
Ooh, that ball just landed on the line. High part of the net there for Ojeda. That special guest star taking the headset, Rick Whitson. Good to see you, Whitskin, man. Missed you yesterday afternoon, but
yeah, I know. I missed CC and all the good work you and Amy do, and the reality is that I would kind of keep my eyes on the prize even when I'm not here. But I was proud of my Indy drivers for getting a victory without me. And this seems like a great match here. Bagby, my sometimes doubles partner, and obviously Headings. And we're playing Denver next, so get a little sneak peek of Fliegelman and Ojeda without Molly Carter.
Okay, do a little scouting slash broadcasting. Rick Witzkin, the man does it all.
Scouting's really important in our league, and there's a lot of newcomers, and I know they have a sub on Denver's team that's really good. I'm anxious to see her play. Mario was telling me about her, but it's interesting in this match how some of the players have stayed back at the baseline a little longer than normal. Usually you see the standard return, charge, and 2 up, 2 back, but I noticed that some players, a little leery of that volley off of a drive, so they're kind of hanging back longer than normal.
What do you think of that tactic?
It's all dependent on who you're playing against, obviously, and with. That being said, I don't think I know how to stay back.
They need to tie a rope around you, man, and anchor.
Yeah. When you get the size and the length, you got to use it, right? You're just not seeing the standard third shot drop and get in this match. A lot of drives off the return to serve on the thirds.
Here is Rick Witzkin in the booth. Good shot from overhead. Thank you, Scott McAllister and group. And a great day for the drivers yesterday. You go 2-0.
I'm proud of my team. Obviously, we are a work in progress. We did not have our best woman, Gina Salento. And so knowing that we beat Seattle and they did not have me for Naples. So I just can't tell you how happy I am with the resilience of our team. We're not playing great this morning against Austin, but
looks like you're down 4-1 right now, Rick, or unless you have an update on that.
Yeah, I think it is 4-1. I just lost a match. We had game point on Sperling and Weinbach, and anyway, we missed a high volley, but that's a tough team.
Well, hopefully we can help you recover from that, let you talk a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
You weren't here yesterday afternoon, but you had something going on that was very special in your life, in your heart, and tell us about that.
True. When you have a brother that everybody reveres as the most amazing player, Todd Witzkin, who was ranked #1 in the world in pro tennis, beating Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe, playing Agassi and Sampras, you think that they know him because of his play. But what I really enjoyed in being a posthumous recipient and the Witzkin family delegate for that recipient, it was more, look, Ari, there were 30 people that were being inducted into the Hall of Fame for Indiana sports.
Indiana sports, okay.
Yeah. And I was the only one they asked to have a talk, and I did not really realize that. But
interesting.
I'm not really afraid of a microphone.
No, it was a good selection.
And really, when you talk from the heart about your loved ones, my message to the whole congregation was, hey, when we all lose loved ones that we care so much about, that if there's a way to live their spirit and feel it and vibe it, then it makes it just so much more beautiful, and then they never really die, right?
Wonderful.
And I told them about how, my brother, when he was really sick, his best friend, Brian Shelton, kept coming to the house when Todd was on his deathbed with a brain tumor. Brian and my sister, Lisa, started to fall in love, and it was over their religion, really.
Interesting.
And it was incredible because that really created the matrimony over terminal cancer illness, and then they had 2 beautiful children, Ben and Emma Shelton, and they named Ben Benjamin Todd Shelton. So they named him after my brother, and when I watch Ben Shelton, who's number 14 in the world right now, play, it's like I feel that spirit. It's a crazy thing, and I'm not kooky, but I'm just telling you that I hope anybody listening just really pays attention succinctly to those who've gone before them and signs, because Todd died in 1998, and here we are talking about him. It's like it was yesterday in so many ways.
What a story and fantastic insight. I'm glad you were able to tell that, and to see the spirit of young Ben Shelton and Emma, his sister, but Ben on court, and now that's more meaningful to me as a huge Ben Shelton fan, just as a spectator. And that's wonderful stuff, Rick. Thank you. So, again, going back to Brian Shelton, so he was kind of a tennis buddy to your brother, and that's that's why he was there. So
yeah, they were best friends. And literally they would go off-roading in the Jeep, you know, in between tournaments, and they did play. Todd was a much better doubles player than Brian, but they were great friends. Brian obviously had really good singles results, and they played doubles together, and they just were super high caliber friends. And so, I mean, it really touched me that Brian came back literally 4 or 5 times in between his tour, and he wasn't quite retired, but it was just a testimonial to the bond they had. And then, you know, when you don't really hear on ESPN and, you know, these coverages of NBC of these tennis events, like they don't even mention that Ben's middle name is Todd. And it's such a cool story. I might be a little biased, but boy, if it can help anybody get a little more connected to a loved one they lost, that was worth a million words, you know, to have that happen. So
it's a story that needs to be told, actually, particularly for, you know, it's so meaningful for USA tennis fans and the history and tradition through it. That's missed. Good point.
Well,
we're going to have to get you on air on one of those broadcasts, you know.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly, I was interviewed by Euro Tennis when I went to the Australian Open with Ben 2 years ago, and I touched on it a little bit, but the American commentators have not. Now,
haven't picked up on it.
No, and in Brian's defense, Brian was such a great player, and it's such a great story with a father-son. They've really been kind of caught up in that. Plus, Brian was an amazing college coach. But they have mentioned that my sister Lisa was Todd Whitskin's sister, but there's so much more to the story, and it's testimonial to Brian, you know, being there for his good buddy.
I think as a whole, I think they miss out on a number of personal stories that can add to the game and the broadcast.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. That's why the NPL has the best broadcast team.
Well, we can bring guests like you, and I was talking to Amy. Guys, we've had 2 Hall of Famers already. Scott Moore in pickleball, Danny Warfel, college football.
So awesome.
And we had Dane in here with his insight, and you're always so entertaining and informative. And
well, you know, the game is so interesting right now because you got these paddles, and by the way, Kevlar's right on the cusp of making a big smash just when everybody's getting used to their carbons, throw on some Kevlar. But the reality is, you know, there's so many good new players, and it really doesn't matter like what line they're playing. You see some phenomenal talents, and I think that, you know, you've got the Weinbachs and the Danes and, you know, top players in this league, Jaime. But at the same time, you see players that feel like they belong at the top. And it's kind of neat for me to see. I can feel it across the net when I'm playing somebody I don't know that well. I'm like, man, they really think that they can beat me. And that's pretty cool, you know? And that's what you want out of a teammate.
You want that challenge, don't you?
For sure.
We've seen that. You know, Jeff McKnight came in for Columbus, really upped his game.
Nice.
Bernard LeBlanc yesterday for you guys. What do you think of his talent? He is a fun player to watch.
He's really fun. You know, reminds me a little bit of me, but when I was less mature. Bernard does a little bit of everything. He doesn't know quite when to reel it in, but he's coachable. And Miller and I have really kind of taken him under our wing. And Mills did a great job keeping him calm yesterday, from what I understand. Obviously, I wasn't here, but I heard about it.
Yeah, it was consistent performance.
So I think that's the beauty of it, too, is when you get top players are willing to give the lesser players guidance, man, their trajectory of improvement is so much faster. So kudos to all these top players. Headings is a great teammate. Obviously, Fliegelman's a coach. And I just really am proud of all the line 1 men and women who give back their teams so much more than just them playing their match.
Well, look at here. We had 96% duper ratings, Rick, in favor of Columbus. And we thought that was, I'd take the odds on the unfavored team. And look at this, Denver.
Wow, what a hustle by Fliegelman.
Unbelievable.
Such a fit, fast guy.
Triathlete.
What a point this is.
Oh, that was going to fly, but Headings couldn't lay off.
Wow, that is a great point.
Hey, guys, Chris, while I've got y'all here, Real quick, I'm going to say that I made a mistake.
We're going to stay for this meeting. Just
ball landed. There was a call.
an official apologizing, I believe.
Indication that it was out. Yeah. Even though it was 6 inches in. So I should have ruled that that was a line call. So I apologize for that. The question is, yeah.
To call it off.
Right. Right.
I know.
So that, well,
thought he heard no.
he did say no. I mean, you said no. So.
You do it too. You'll know.
So,
Go home.
right, right. The only question is, I mean, if Scott's not watching the ball, he might be looking, you know, and he thinks.
Right.
So
I clearly thought it was obviously.
right, yeah. And then, you know, then the big question is, what happens if it lands in the middle of the court
Right.
and you say no, stay?
No, it's a
Then,
good call.
yeah. So anyway.
Okay, all good. All good.
All right, interesting discussion after the game there.
Yeah.
You like that, right? You want the officials, who do a great job, by the way, but
Yeah.
you want them to organize everybody. More explanation, the better, correct?
100%. I know there's some discussion in our match with Sperling and Weinbach wanting some clarification because we were on the wrong side, played the point. The referee clearly said it was my mistake, but the point does stand. We did play the point. If you brought it up during the point that it was a mistake and you were right, then you replay it. If you brought it up and it was a mistake, you lose the point. So anyway, we're all human. Rules are ever changing, and I like that a referee has control and wants to have open communication where there's not confusion.
So 11-7, we'll just keep it here. Are you able to stay, Rick, or you get?
Yeah, I've got probably about
Yeah,
5 minutes.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead when you can. We'll love to have you.
Yeah.
Drivers, looks like we don't have an update yet, but I would not say I could see you guys coming back in this match.
Yeah, we're not afraid of comebacks. We clearly did that in the championship against Austin
That's right.
last year. I'm
That's
sure they
right.
want some revenge, but
Is this the first time you played them?
This is our first time. Again, we're without Gina, which is a little bit of a bummer, but I'm excited to play mixed doubles with Heather Iffert, who's from Indiana as well, playing against Weinbach and Chris Cargis, so that'll be a good match. I think the Indy team is just the type of team that's really going to blossom towards year end with our full chemistries and understanding partnerships, and most teams will do that, but we are really new when it comes to experience of the Indy drivers. Clearly, we beat a great Seattle team yesterday morning, which shocked a lot of people, but we've been 7-5 with so many good teams, so I think nobody's going to overlook us anymore.
I heard you say that on the podcast, and your buddies on the podcast are like, okay, you know, it's Rick talking. You're off to a little bit of a slow start, but you sounded truly believe that, and look at what you did yesterday.
Yeah, you know, the ability to have leadership, and it's not just me. Matt Troyer does an amazing job as a true team captain. I got to give my hat off to him. Mills has really kind of turned over a new leaf this year and shown awesome leadership. Gina, when she's here, is phenomenal, and Heather is like a silent assassin. So, you know, and it starts from the top. Ari, you know that players look up to you. I know Bernard really has asked me a lot of questions, and that's a guy that's just so talented that if he can bridle that, he could be a great Pod 2 player in the championship weekend. So, obviously, he showed yesterday he belonged. Jaime and Team Tingley winning in 3.
Let me just check the ball.
Yeah, before you go, I want to ask you about your team. Give me one thing that makes this group special in one area where you really need improvement in order to compete.
I mean, I think there are no prima donnas on our team. I mean, I think top down, we all are humble, but at the same time realize we're okay with playing 1, 2, or 3. And I literally, if it was in the rules, would have no problem playing 3 or 2. You know, that's not within the rules. Your top player being able to play below that. But I do think that every player on our team understands that the growth of chemistry, the team dinner, Saturday night, all of that goes into it. Being there earlier. Who really wants to be here at 6:45 on Sunday morning?
Yeah.
But you know, we really expect our players that are playing at 7:30 to be here then, and we'd like the other players to be here in support. Whereas, you know, and the coaching, Ari, you saw the coaching make a big difference in the championship match last year.
Yes.
And I feel like players are very open to the coaching, which takes that. Not everybody's open when they're a pro to hearing from their teammate, but our players are very open to that.
Big drive by Fliegelman, and Denver jumping up quickly here in game 2.
You know, you mentioned the Duper ratings, and it's funny because when I was with you last event weekend, I told you that Chad Shane and Fliegelman, I thought, would defy the Duper ratings, and they sure did, didn't they? And so, you know, Duper's clearly not without flaw, and I think it's a work in progress. But, you know, we as owners and co-founders need to decide how much flexibility we can have with our lineups based on Duper scores. We, for instance, brought in a gal who's 5'4" Duper on her team this weekend, and I don't think she's in our top 5. Like, and she's a super sweet, great player, and that's no offense to her, but we've got players that just haven't played a lot of tournaments, so the Duper's not as high. Like, you just, I just think it'll be interesting for us in our competition committee meetings, because we do make tweaks based on, you know, what we see week in and week out. So it'll be interesting to see that, because I think there's a lot of momentum behind maybe being a little more flexible with the Duper ratings.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of upsets yesterday. 2 teams that were favored over 90% went down. This one may be another one.
Yeah.
Look at Fliegelman guarding that ATP.
I mean, 11-7, that's 5-0. I think it was very momentum building to win that first game, especially with that incredible point they won it.
Yeah. Is LeBlanc, is he a key? You think about Indy making a run in October. Would you point to LeBlanc as somebody that's got to step up?
100%, because he can beat almost anybody if he stays smart and uses his power. So I would absolutely consider him a key cog in our October championships.
1-5-2.
I do want to let the listeners know that we are still courting sponsors and potential team owners for next year, and we're doing that right now. We've got about 10 to 12 interested owners. We're probably going to sell 4 teams, and you really need to go to nplpickleball.com and let us know with the information tab that you want to do that. But look, this league costs a lot of money to put into execution, and the sponsors are much appreciated. So we hope listeners will come to our aid and know this is a family, and please be part of our incredible family.
Yeah, it is an incredible family. This week's presenting sponsor is Gearbox Pickleball. My previous guest, Nate Gingrich, he couldn't say enough about Gearbox. Innovation to the core.
And we certainly appreciate the Gamma Chuck ball. I love it. I love it. And Credit Wear is phenomenal. I love their compression sleeves, air feet. Dane and Scott Moore and I were just talking about air feet and how amazing it is for guys our size to be having extra support. And I play singles, you know, so yeah. I certainly need that.
And Ernie Victory Sports Technology, of course, Julian and his coffee, and Fat Tire Ale. And other sponsors.
Looks like the Houston Hammers are taking it to Coachella. It's too bad. Coachella's been really hit with the injury bug.
6-2-2.
Yeah, we'll see who Indy in the running for the prize money for the weekend. Just missing off the paddle of backbeat. But it's a fun incentive and piece that you guys added to this year to make every event even more special.
I heard you say it, so I thought, what? No, what?
Yeah, I'm proud of the prize money that
Why
we
would you call a timeout?
put out into every single weekend, so you really do follow the other teams and care where you're at. You know, it's last year was clearly a marathon, not a sprint, to get to weekend 6 and get there healthy and have your full stable of players. But this year, every weekend matters, and I can feel the intensity and the vibe and the energy, and it's really risen in passion for every single event weekend.
And this Columbus and Denver matchup, this could be the decider. Both teams coming in at 2-0. Last update, we've got Columbus on top 4-2. This would be a big one, though, for the Iconics.
I think this is almost a necessity for Denver to win this match if they're down 2-4. And obviously, they are well on their way.
And there's an update there, upper right of your screen. Boca and Seattle locked up at 3. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
Could be our first team breaker of the weekend.
It's pretty surprising.
Side out.
So now it is Seattle up 4-3
Thank you, sir.
on the live look in.
2-7-1. Point.
Return a little date pass. Fliegelman shaking his head. So 3-7.
3-7-1.
This is the first serve coming out of a timeout for Columbus.
Tell you, Kelly Ojeda is really impressing me. And she's hanging in there with the pace, and she's obviously a little older. I think she's a super senior. Boy, she plays very young.
Right?
4-7-1.
A lot of skill, and her numbers have been outstanding. 13-3 coming into the weekend, Rick.
That's amazing.
81% win percentage.
Second serve.
That's an awesome win percentage. Now, normally she plays. Actually, I'm not sure if she plays line 1 or 2 when Molly Carter is in the lineup.
Yeah, I think she's been playing 1 with Molly.
Has she? And Molly's so good that Kelly's solid, and Molly's such an aggressor that I could see that it's a great complementary team. But that means she's winning a lot of mixed doubles matches too. So
That's
right. Kudos to her. Scott's a really good coach, you know, while he's a player, and I think he makes life very comfortable for his partners.
I think it was more, somebody else was commenting on his improvement on his doubles play, Rick. For a while known as a singles player, great feat, but how exceptional he is now as a doubles player.
He takes his game seriously. Obviously, he's quite invested in the club, and he's on the court a lot, and he has improved a ton. And his paddle is not a newer model paddle. And he let me know that when I talked to him not too long ago, that he's kind of using his model. It's a couple years old, but anyway, he's clearly worked on his trade, and he's faster than most guys out there.
He sure is. There's some of the speed, but really took a gamble on that one as that floated away from him.
4-8-1.
4-8-1. Time is now for the hot shots here. They need a run. That will go wide. What do you look from Headings and Bagby here to turn this around?
Oh boy, there's not a lot of time. You know, you see a little scorpion there from Headings, but Ojeda does not seem to be affected at all by the power. I think Natalie's putting a few balls up. So, to be honest, I think they got to get the ball down. And I'm just seeing balls that are not typically up high being floated. And so they got to get the ball to bounce in front of Kelly and Scott, and they can't miss returns.
Yeah, just bounce in the court.
Yeah. You know, you only get 1 timeout per game in this format, and that's really important for momentum and discussion of strategy, and I don't know that they have another timeout. So, or I think they used a timeout. So you can see here, right, 3 really loose points.
That hurts.
I would have called a timeout 3 points ago.
They used it at 7-2, and when they came out of the timeout, they did get a couple points on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Look at Fliegelman.
He's just so fast.
Heading stayed with it, had him pinned back. A second attempt at the match for the Iconics in a big game here. Again, these two teams battling, both undefeated on the weekend, 4-2 as it stands right now in the team battle.
This was almost a must-win for Denver, and they've come to play.
Oh, okay, Fliegelman thought it was in. Ojeda called it out. It was very close, and it's been overruled. We saw a number of overrules. It looks like it caught the back of the line. Yeah, you agree, Rick?
I agree.
Yeah.
Caught the line. It was really close, really
Yeah.
close.
Kelly says sorry. That's a tough call, Rick. We've all been there, right? You're going back, it's hard to judge it. We saw a number of calls overruled by the officials yesterday. Do you like that as well, that type of input?
I do, and I want to give compliment to the camera angles. Like, that was a phenomenal look where I felt confident giving her an answer to the question.
Second serve.
I don't think that Kelly's a cheater by any means.
No,
I just
not
think
at
that
all.
was such a close ball.
It really was. It caught the edge.
Is there a chance that when you have match point, there's a will of a millimeter for a ball to be out? It's possible, but anyway, I think the mountain to climb for backbeat headings is quite large. As you know, even if it gets a 10 all they got to do is win one more point.
Yeah, it's significant, but I wouldn't put it past him.
Fault.
Ooh, fault was called. Fliegman got it back anyway, somehow. Headings like a runaway train. We were talking about contact. Like I was talking about with Werfel, because we had Headings on court. We had Shane on court.
Yeah.
And we said we're going to have full contact pickleball, put Werfel out there. We needed a fourth. So I said we got to bring Witzkin out there.
I'm sorry I wasn't there for that. That seems like my domain.
Exactly.
10-5-2. We got a second match point here on this service round. That was interesting. Kelly said you got it, and she took it.
Dangerous. Ooh, a push off.
On
the fault. Such a common call there. We'll take a look at heading. Right
step
there.
Forward.
Yeah.
He sure did.
So that'll wrap this up, and great to visit with you again,
You
Rick.
too.
Good to see
Thanks.
you. And congratulations on yesterday.
I
Great
appreciate
story.
it. Go Drivers, and thank you, Ari, for everything you do.
All right, Rick. We'll be back here. Amy will visit with the winning Denver Iconics coming up after this break.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
I'm here with the Denver Iconics team that just won that mixed match. And you guys, I got to tell you, going into that match, the duper probability rating did not favor you. I think your duper probability was about 20%, and you won that match in 2 games. Coach Scott, tell me going in what your mindset was there.
Our mindset was we were 100% confident we were going to win that match. But Kelly was fired up after her women's match earlier. She said, we are not losing. And we came out there, ready to play. I know Chris was a little bit dinged up and felt bad that he wasn't able to move his best. But, when Kelly's dropping like that, it's just so fun to be able to do my thing. And it was just, we're making a really good team, aren't we, Kel?
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Kelly, I thought you played outstanding. You were very consistent. You got everything back. You guys as a team, I thought you lost the point probably 5 times and the ball still came back. Great scrambling, really good. Kelly, talk to me a little bit about your strengths coming in there and what gave you the confidence.
Well,
this is about my second or third year of pickleball, and I was at the beginning always playing tennis. But I've had Scott as my teammate last year, and he's like, teaching me so much. And you really have to learn how to dink and do both. And so I'm just getting kind of better and better, even though I'm thinking I'm like the oldest one out here sometimes. But it's just been a lot of fun, and I just didn't want to lose to the Natalie Bagby again. She kicked my butt this morning, and I was like, nope, I'm going to win this one.
Hey, that was a great matchup between you and Natalie, who is your friend. Both of you tennis stars, and sometimes it goes the other way. The duper probability isn't always right, and you guys showed that today. Again, great hustle.
Unbelievable. I mean, it's like, get it, Scott, and he does. And I'm really just kind of joking, but he gets everything back. So it's such a wonderful time to play with somebody who is so compatible and nice, and such a nice partner to you, supportive, and that's what it's all about.
That was actually one of my highlights when this match started, is I complimented both of the gentlemen that were on the court, that they're such great partners, such great men, and it makes such a big difference in mixed, especially, to have a partner who has great body language, great encouragement, and is always supportive.
And he lets me play. Some male partners want you to sit in a chair, but, I want to play too.
That's a great point. You're exactly right. So, Scott, how do you bring that to the court every time? And what would be your advice to other guys who need to learn how to be better mixed partners?
Mixed is my favorite. I love playing mixed. I get to move a lot, and I'm really glad to hear from my partner that, I don't move too much. We scramble. I like to say, and we both have big tennis backgrounds, but for me, just scrapping in the backyard with my buddies after school in like 6th grade, that's the mentality that I get, when I'm out here. And I think that's, one of the beauties of pickleball is, tennis is nice to have, but if you've just, gotten after it with your friends and played sports, and, we can all get after it in pickleball too.
Absolutely. Okay, guys, thanks for talking with me. What do you want to say about the Denver Iconics?
My team is the nicest people, and that's really what it's all about. We just really, love each other. I don't care who you're playing with. I got to play with Mario, the owner, yesterday. I had a blast with him. It was just so fun. So really, it's really all about that. We go to dinner every Saturday night, and it's just a joy of, these friendships, these people that I'm meeting and I'm just battling with, and you care about everybody. You want everybody to have a good day, and that's what it's all about.
Thanks, Chris and Mario and Jen for picking me, and go Iconics. We're going all the way.
All right, you heard from the Denver Iconics team. Next up, we have another mixed match. It's going to be Houston Hammers are taking on Coachella Valley, and the duper probability is highly favoring the Houston team, coming in with the quarter pounder. That's coming up next.
And we are back again. Duper ratings have been misleading. Heavy favorite here is Houston with Scott Moore and Sherry Corder. Great to have Dane Gingrich back in the booth with me. Dane, we were talking about the Duper ratings, but heavy favorite for Houston. They've been misleading. The last match, it was a 96% favorite to Columbus, and it was pretty much all Denver in that one.
Right. This is going to be tough. I mean, I don't know. Has Sherry and Scott lost this year? Like, I think they're. This is going to be
I believe they have, according to my numbers, Corder has rarely lost. She's about at 90% win percentage.
Yep. This is going to be tough because Sherry poses different problems, right? She brings some different. You can't just dink, dink, dink to Sherry. She will light you up. So you're going to have to mix it around. You're going to have to show Scott quite a few backhands actually to create space, because Sherry will just run around and start smoking balls.
Hands by Moore. With Sherry Corder on court in a mixed, does that completely change your typical strategy?
100%. Right? You cannot just dink, dink, dink cross to her. Plus, you give Scott, if you do that, you allow Scott to roam in the middle, and he's still a top senior mixed player for sure. So with Scott playing mixed and with Sherry with that left-handed forehand in the middle, you gotta go behind Scott quite a bit.
Moore, the put away.
Yeah, I don't love that. I don't want Stacy to initiate Scott, either one of them really, unless it's way over her shoulder. We want to play a little longer point construction at the kitchen, make them grind a little bit longer.
Well, you said this was going to be tough, and not just the Duper ratings. This is an impeccable team of Moore and Corder. I mean, you're talking about you got to get in the slow game, got to get in the dink game, and just make the points long if you can, right?
If you can, that's the problem. If you can, this is a legit tournament team, right? These two could play any tournament. Where Stacy and Johan haven't played a whole lot together, just still getting to know each other and figure out their strengths and weaknesses. And that's Scott's length.
Right down the riverfront there in Cincinnati. Moore splitting the defense. What was your message to your team before this match?
Don't miss. Again, it's kind of what we've been saying. You got to play Scott more than you think you want to, because in mixed you're conditioned to keep it away from the dude and go to the woman more and set up points that way. But Sherry makes it so difficult. And then with Scott's length, you just have to think long term. We want a lot of balls per point.
Nice coverage there by Zielinski, but Corder is there for the put away. Sherry Corder just so impressive, so many weapons. Is she the best in the world at this level?
You know, she's you got to give Jen and Beth, you know, Jen Dawson and Beth Bellamy their love. They've earned it, right? Sherry's relatively new, but she's for sure top 3. Call her 1, 2, or 3, but she's 100% top 3. And she's got, I love Sherry. She's one of my better friends on tour. She's got the dog in her. Like, she's a bat. Like, you don't want to talk trash to her. She plays better. There's just stared down.
Yeah,
and she's staring me
David
down.
George.
That's
She's
right.
staring you down.
She's staring me
there.
down. I'm not even playing.
Hey, you're in red, man.
That's right. I know.
ATP hits the tarp at the back of the court. Johan got a little too much of that one.
Yeah, that two-handed backhand roll is dangerous. We already have a timeout. 1-7 in about 7 seconds.
Right. Well, that's another thing that makes her so dangerous.
Yep.
You think about her forehand with the lefty and the various spins and the pace, but the backhand is also an enormous weapon.
There's no safe spot with her. That's the problem, right? And Scott, you almost have a safe spot if you can make it bounce to his backhand. It's not like he's going to miss and he's going to pop it up and be terrible, but he doesn't like to attack off the bounce with his backhand. So it's so counterintuitive. What you want to do is hit to the guy more. But with Sherry, if you make a bounce to her forehand, she can light it up. Make a bounce to her backhand, she can light it up. Hit it out of the air, she can light it up. Like, it just makes this team very difficult to play against.
Is there any weakness? I don't want you to reveal it, but I just...
Weakness of these two?
Of Quarter.
Of Quarter. Well, I'm going to play with her this year, so I don't know that I want to divulge that. Yeah, you get her... Actually, I'll tell you, you get her laughing and smiling. If you can get her talking, laughing, and smiling, that's a challenge. She doesn't play as well that way.
Get her guard down. Okay.
Yep. That's not easy.
I wonder who on tour could do that.
Yeah, who's the laugher and giggler on tour? Good volley. Force are going to be so important for the Scorpions, as both of them are going to drive, both of them are going to crash, so our force have to be down.
Deep serve. Nice return by Moore. Ooh, nice dropper. Got him off his timing.
That sucks with the mic in my mouth. I can't talk trash to Sherry right now. I really want to.
Well, as long as it's clean, I think it's permitted.
Can I yell? That's right.
They found it low at the right ankle to the backhand.
It's got to be hit right. The counter has to be hit perfectly.
A couple points here. Building are the Scorpions. 3-7-1. Look at this effort by Johan.
Now that, see, this is what happens too, right? You get down, all of your good balls are coming back, and they're coming back strong, and then you tend to feel a little desperate, right? You can see that's not Johan's game. Stacy's shouldn't be firing at Scott. But psychologically, you start feeling a little desperate, and you start pulling the trigger a little earlier than you want to, because you feel like, gosh, this playing long's not working, so let's try to speed it up, right? It's that instinct to where we still gotta slow. We cannot play this team fast.
And the factor of how do we finish a point offensively.
Right.
Quarter, good luck. She doesn't miss that often. 7-3-2.
I mean, you have Sherry coming in on Scott's middle. I mean,
right.
that's just the mind-boggling piece of her game.
Okay, quick side out for the Scorpions.
That's really that's a big piece of the hope that Scorpions have, right? If they can get Scott a little down, if Scott misses a couple easier balls here and there, he can tend to get a little frustrated, right? Our goal is to try to see if we can get them frustrated with each other. They seem super solid mentally right now. We're gonna have to earn it. We're gonna have to earn it the long way, I think.
Well, Zielinski and Svensson quite capable of playing long points.
They can, but again, it's just mentally like, do we want to play 45 balls or just try to end it on 3? Right, and it just messes with your head. But these two are both, you know, Stacy and Johan would rather grind it out a little bit.
And here, I think they are starting to get in the head a little bit of Moore and Quarter. They've drawn some errors within 2. You like that attempt there?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. I do maybe on some other women, but I just think grind Scott's backhand down and make Scott make a tough decision. I think if he makes that ball, I think Sherry's got him.
Pushed a little bit wide, 8-5. And this match critical for the Scorpions. Tall order to defeat Houston without their main man sitting next to me, Dane Gingrich, but it is 6-2 now in the team battle. They got to have this one to stay alive.
We're doing a team breaker. I predict a comeback, and we're going to tie it at 6-all. And I'm going to jump in the team breaker.
Jumping in?
I'm jumping in for 1 point at the
That's
end.
right. Now that I think a lot of people would pay to see.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the problem with returning to Sherry. Return to Sherry, she's going to dip it or rip it, and you have big old Scott Moore, long reach in the middle. I think we got to return to Scott.
9-5-2 is the correct score. Again, a return to quarter.
And that's it. I mean, if you don't get it down, this team will eat you up. If the ball does not bounce, this team will eat you alive.
We get a game point, quarter, deep, heavy serve. And that'll wrap up game one. Goes to Houston. Coach Gingrich will allow him a minute to go talk to his team, and we'll be back for the second. We are back at the beautiful Pickle Lodge here in Cincinnati, Ohio, the third event of the season. And there is Sherry Corder, who shall put it in play here to begin the second. Ari Shannock, Dane Gingrich. What was the outlook for the Scorpions in the huddle, Dane?
Again, it's just we got to stay. That's tough. That's tough. That's Scott's bread and butter. We just got to stay super disciplined and play these, make them play longer points, right? Preferably through Scott's backhand, but obviously we can't dink him down the line like we just did, so we're going to have to throw it over to Sherry's backhand here and there as well, but we have to stay away from playing fast points from below the net.
And how was the energy?
Energy's great.
Yeah.
Energy's great. I mean, I mean, they made a little run, right? Wasn't it 5-7? I mean, they were there 5.
That's right, yeah. They pushed them. Corder will get there. Going behind Scott, low to his backhand.
That's where, without this microphone, I'd be screaming at Sherry right now.
Let me know if you have to. I'll put you on mute for a sec. Oh, smart shot by the Hall of Famer Moore.
Welcome to Scott Moore's court.
That's right. Ernie put away through the legs. He's so adept at that.
He's made up his mind. You can see it. He's lasering in on Stacy now. He's going to start overpowering Stacy and trying to, he's not going to get into the dink rally that we want him to get into. He's going to start, he's going to go at Stacy now and test her. That's not something we want.
Well, when you've got Corder on the right side, you can take more chances.
That's it. All day. That's what we've been working on all day. We did an entire clinic, 2-hour clinic on that shot right there. Beautifully executed.
Well done, well executed by Zielinski.
Take advantage of those. It's rare we'll get those.
Stacy, softball, hockey background. What do you like most about her game?
She's a baller. Like, she's just tough. I played a mixed tournament with her in Newport, and she's super steady, super tough, mentally strong, physically strong. I think as she gets better and more experienced, she'll work on little tougher counters, being able to counter a little stronger. But, you know, she's relatively new, too, at this level. She's just a warrior. We got to get the ball on the ground. You know, can't overstate that. Have I said that before? Get the ball, on
ball on the ground.
Ball
I got it,
ground.
Coach
Got it.
Gingrich.
There's frickin' Sherry.
Don't test it.
See, legal. I think lefties should be outlawed. I don't think they should be allowed to play this game.
Oh, took something off it. I thought she was going to bring the heat there.
She texts me every day about how many people she hits in the chest.
And they give the serve away. So
All right.
Scorpions trailing by 3. And how many people is it? What's like a record number in a day?
10. That's her only goal, is to hit people in the chest with that forehand.
And they're all in the training room.
All of them. There it is.
Good lead by Svensson.
That scares me. That middle dink to this team scares me because they both have their forehands and they're both more than capable of pulling off the bounce. Dangerous play. Good job, Stacy.
That's another one very close. More appeals. We'll have another look here. Like it might have just missed. Yep.
Nobody called it in, right?
Did Johan say yes? It was in.
Terrible call, Johan.
Come on, Johan. Svensson, there you go. He deserves it.
He's battling some right knee stuff too, so moving to the right for him has been a struggle, but he's got to do it with this team. So he's got to gobble up that middle.
Ooh, quality from Moore. Ball got up for Scott. Got to get the ball on the ground, somebody told me.
Somebody said that, but they grabbed 2. We're in it. We're in it.
We hear Moore say no. Quite an effort from Svensson.
Good hustle. I wish Scott would not talk. Just let Sherry hit it. It's terrible, terrible partnership.
Return flies. A couple of quick ones for Houston as they jump back out by 3.
Nope.
There it is.
That is the anti-shot. Never give Scott that ball.
And if Scott wasn't going to hit it for a winner, Quarter was. He talked about stay away from the middle against these guys.
I mean, even if it bounces, it's a tough ball because they both can speed up off the bounce. But this is the pressure they put on every opponent they face, right? Like, you have very few options. And even the options that you do have, you're not going to get freebies out of them. So you're still going to have to earn the point, and it's going to take quite a bit to create that space you want.
They run off 3 straight. That draws a timeout from the Scorpions. 6-2 Houston. What do you like looking forward about this Scorpion team? What do you impress most? What makes you believe in this team that you can take it in October?
Yeah, I think Kim and Ryan, they did such a great job drafting high quality character people. So I think our ability, whether we're having a tough day or not, is we never blame each other. There's not any drama on the team. There's no ego on the team. I think, because you're going to have ebbs and flows, right? If you're on a team with 12 to 16 players, there's going to be ebbs and flows. And I think what I love so much about this team is that everybody's so supportive of one another. So if you can be supportive like that, you always have a chance.
That was quite a return by Svensson. Houston able to go up 5, though.
But again, I think that's Scott's presence in the middle. Push Stacy wide. You got to return to Scott.
There you go.
All day.
Wow.
I predict a comeback.
What a roll this is. Let's have another look.
Little Ben Johns right there.
Beautiful. Second serve. Another nice return. And there you go. You get the side out.
Am I allowed to make predictions? I'm predicting an 11-8, 11-1 win for the Scorpions. Am I allowed to do that?
You certainly are, man. I don't know if anybody's going to side with you on that prediction, but.
Wow.
But look at Svensson making a statement. What needs to improve for this Scorpion team in order to compete down the stretch in October?
In October.
Yeah,
I
not
think,
just in this game.
Yeah, I think first we all got to be on the court. We all got to be healthy, right? And I think most of the players don't have a lot of experience coming into the year, into their first year. So improvement, just getting on the court and getting the reps, right? Getting the stressful moments, the big moments like this. Getting some reps under our belts, and because when October comes, there's going to be nothing but big moments.
Ooh, what a roll by Quarter. That's her ability.
So filthy.
Yes. What an arsenal of shots.
Don't like her very much. Goodness gracious, what a great shot.
Until you're with her.
Yeah, yes. Gonna love her later.
Oh, smart by Moore on the attack.
Yeah. This is what he does so well. Comes in, charge him with that forehand. You give him middle forehand, point is over.
That's deep.
It's a good pattern. It's a good pattern. It's good discipline and patience by Stacy.
Why is Johan able to pull that tight angle off on the forehand dink?
He just has such a nice feel for that little roller, right? He's on the court teaching tennis and pickleball all day. He's a really good tennis player. He just has that natural roll feel. It's really difficult to teach, actually, that short angle roll from that below the net.
Oh, they almost collided there.
On the ground, I said that. One more time, one more time.
I'm gonna shout it, right?
This will be my last time on the microphone. Kept saying on the ground.
Terrific effort defensively, and it keeps coming at you.
I still feel the comeback. Still feel it. Am I delusional?
What was the prediction? He'll get 11-9?
No, 11-8. 11-8. We still have a chance.
Yeah.
Scott with the inverted little fake backhand forehand. That means he's feeling it. He's feeling confident.
Zielinski got it back. I don't know which was more impressive, the shot or the defense. What is the trick? Moore pulled it off. So is that just a loose wrist?
It's a
ability.
Right, he faked his backhand though, right? He faked his backhand and turned forehand at the same time. So he's trying to get you to feel like he's hitting a backhand, and then he comes with that forehand inside out. He's feeling it. If he's hitting that shot.
Do you have that shot in your arsenal?
I don't have. Well, I'm going to say yes, but I don't have that shot. I don't have that one. You go.
Down the middle for a strike. Svensson.
He's getting caught a little bit, but when he dinks to Sherry, he's getting caught behind that line. It looks like he's trying to guard middle. He's stepping back 2-3 feet behind that line. He's leaving that short angle open, and that's the pressure that Sherry puts on you, right? That stress, she just puts so much fear in you. You got to cover the middle. You got to cover the inside out. And she has with that forehand, and he's you can tell he's in between. He doesn't know what to cover.
Big serve into the corner.
Here's the comeback. I said 11-9, right?
There
I
it
said
is.
11-9. You heard 11-8.
Yeah, you're right there. You
I
just
meant
need 7 consecutive.
That's right. We're going to get it right here on a 1.
Ooh, Zielinski snapped back into play. Moore thought he had open court.
If we get one more, they're going to call a timeout. We need one more, put a little doubt in their minds.
With a hustle, Johan. She got there, but Moore using the entire court. What a point. Standing ovation from the crowd. Scorpions still have the serve. Moore applauding, everybody applauding the effort.
Great point. Great point.
5-9-2.
Got Scott on the right. When Scott's on the right, that means their backhands are in the middle. I want that target to be in the middle now, specifically to Scott's backhand, I think. Now they're back to normal stack.
That's in. Oh, but Corder covers the center of the court.
I hate Sherry. I'm gonna block you. Deleting her number from my phone. That's just so dirty.
Well, we've got a match point, but I will say your prediction did build drama. I was with you there for a minute.
12-10's coming. It's coming. All right, it's coming.
Yeah, you heard Zielinski say, let it go, let it go.
Scott's upset right now with himself, which is going to give us one more break. We're gonna take the serve back. Scott's upset. Gonna win 12-10.
You got it back.
Got it. I guarantee this.
Guarantee.
Guarantee 12-10.
Put your money on the
12-10.
Red. Oh, what a return.
Wow.
And here they come.
Wow, that's a rare occasion where they overpowered the powerful team.
This has become a very entertaining match.
I've never been wrong when I guarantee. Never. And maybe once. Maybe once.
Moore with the hops. Corder with a quarter pounder.
It's tough. It's tough. Our third got up and never got a chance to get in. Drop that third. Scott's backhand in the corner. Hope he doesn't Ernie. And work our way in.
Coachella Valley needs this point here.
I like this pattern. Just keep it here. Just keep it here. Not.
And that is in. What an exchange that was.
And that's how dangerous this team is, right? And that's, I think, where the discipline and the experience is going to come for Stacy, right? There was no reason to change direction and go middle. Both of their forehands are in the middle. If it's popped up and you're going to eat it, there's no reason to change. Just put it on Scott's backhand 800 more times If he just hits a great shot, he hits a great shot. But I want to put my money there in this situation.
Match point for all you that put your money on red after the Gingrich prediction. It's in. Off the court. Ooh, Johan, I hope he's okay, came crashing into the gate. What tremendous effort by Zelensky, and Svensson just come up a little bit shy here in the second.
Best 3 out of 5? 3 out of 5?
Bring him back. All right, thanks so much, Dane.
Thank you,
Dane
appreciate
Gingrich.
it.
Great to have you. And Amy will be on court with Scott Moore and Sherry Corder when we return from this break.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Fat tire.
Okay, I'm here with the Houston Hammers, Victoria's team on that mixed match, Pod 1. You guys were favored by the Duper predictions, and you came out and took care of business. Congratulations. They gave you a great fight. What was your strategy going into that match to start with, Coach Scott?
Well, we just wanted to make them hit a lot of balls. We knew Stacy likes power, so we are going to test her dinking, and she was really good, better than I thought. I'd never played her before. Johan's always tough, so we knew we didn't want to keep it to his forehand. No dead dinks, because he's very hard to read. So, but we knew we could speed it up on him when we had the opportunity. So we tried to kind of play patient aggression was basically our strategy. And, you know, we forced a few, but once we settled in, we knew we were going to win.
Sherry, if you're playing you guys, would you rather return to you or to Scott, and why?
Neither.
Pick your poison.
I don't want Sherry at the net. I don't want Scott at the net. I don't want Scott's drops or Sherry's drops. Pick your poison.
I think that was they didn't know what to do, because they would return to you, and then you got big long Scott coming in. If they return to Scott, then you have your lefty forehand coming in.
Pounder coming in. The quarter pounder's coming at you.
So tell me a little bit too about, I know you guys hadn't really played together until here at the NPL. And Scott, you kind of preferred to get this gal as your female partner. Yeah, tell me about that.
I actually mandated it and said, if you're going to draft me with the second pick, which Houston wanted to, you got to pick Sherry Corder. And they had somebody else in mind initially. And I said, don't draft me if you don't draft Sherry, because she and I are going to be very tough to beat. And sure enough, they did their research and did it, and we're having a ball.
And Sherry, tell me about how you can bring that presence in. Like if a team wants to say, well, we're just going to make it bounce, but yet you're still able to bring the power, even if they're going to try to outdink you. What is your mindset against a team who is going to try to make the ball bounce to you and not give you volleys?
I love to dink, believe it or not. My games at home, I have to dink a lot. So I don't care. I think we just have to raise our floor and keep our floor consistent and play our game. It's between us. It's not about anybody on the other side. It's just between us.
Nobody's beating us if we play our game, period.
And Scott, I noticed a new shot that I think you must be working on over there. I saw a few times where you were showing backhand and then you flipped to forehand. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, so I think everybody's seen too many of my matches, my videos, and I became real predictable. So I'm out to prove that you can teach an old dog new tricks. I have a little tomahawk shot and then the flick where I'm lead with the backhand and then flip it to the forehand side. So it's just hard to read, and I'm getting more and more confident with it. You'll see more of it.
I like it. Very good. Houston Hammers, congratulations on a great victory. Way to go, y'all.
Hammer time. Hammer time.
It's hammer time.
It's hammer time.
Okay, with other action going on, we have some other team breaker possibilities. So after this quick break, we're going to come back and we're going to try to get some courtside action on any of the matches that are possible team breakers coming up. So come right back. I'm over on court 9 watching a close match here. This is a potential dream breaker. We have Boca Raton playing Seattle. Seattle won the first game, and Boca is up right now in the second game. Greg and Teresa are playing for Seattle, and they are playing Taylor and Peter. Just wide. Taylor missed that, so we have point for Seattle. It's a great put away by Bennett, who just created an angle that just wasn't gettable. Really good shot by him. Teresa just missed an attack ball that went long, so we got a side out to Boca. Taylor serving. Greg Bennett is playing really great in the middle. He's a long reach anyway, but he's doing a really good job of planning in the middle and covering everything and putting it down. Second serve. 10-7-2, so this is a match point right here. Sorry, game point. They need to win this one. And they do. So now we're going to game 3 here on court 9 with Seattle and Boca. Okay, guys, so I'm here with Dave Furman, and he's watching and helping coach his Seattle team. Dave, what are you seeing that these guys have to do to pull this win out for your team?
I haven't been watching here. I was helping here.
So he has no help, no words of wisdom. But it's good to see you, friend.
At this point would be hit the ball over the net one more time than they do.
That's always good advice.
I wasn't watching here. I was helping on this court.
Gotcha. Okay, well, we're going to come back to this one.
It looked like it was a very good match.
I believe that your team needs to win to get to 5. I'm
correct. We are down 4-5, correct.
Okay.
Currently, yeah.
Do you have a minute? Okay, now I'm here with Mircea, who is watching his Boca team. He's been kind of going back and forth, but now we're 2-2, and I know you guys need to pull this win out. What is your strategy or your advice to your team to get a win over the Seattle team?
Well, I got to be honest that I watched the first game, and we had a strategy. We just didn't implement it as well as we could. But and I didn't watch the second game because I went to warm up, because one of the biggest issues I've had is focusing on my own matches, so I'm trying to do a little bit more of that. So all I know is that we just try to work hard and play each match like it is. I don't worry about I have no idea what the team score is. You know, every match counts for us, and I want us to get better every match, and that's really what we're focused on. So.
And I pulled you away when you're trying to focus on your own. So I'm sorry about that, Coach. And I'm gonna let you go. And good luck. And I know that's a really hard job. So good luck to you.
Thank you. I just got to, like I said, I just got to do better, and I feel I have been. So just here supporting my team when I can, and little pointers. And otherwise, I got to play though too.
That's right. That's a tough job. Good luck.
Thank you. Good luck.
Okay, 2-0-2. Boca serving. It's a great drive by Taylor. It's a good shot by Teresa to stay with that. Those net cords are so tricky, and so to be able to stay with it and get that ball down, great job by Teresa. Now it's a side out, Seattle serving. Nice two-handed backhand from Taylor to win that point and force the second server. Greg just missed that long. Side out, goes back to Boca. Wow, another net cord. That's tough. Four, 0, 1. It's tough. That was good reach in by Greg. Just got it. It was low, so he had to lift it, and it just sailed a little long. He's again trying to play very big in the middle, which is a tough job. Five, 0, 2. Peter stepped in, poached that ball. And we got a timeout. Good timeout for Seattle. They need to regroup. Try to get a stop here and get some momentum change. Timeout on 6, switching sides. Got another great mixed match starting on the court next to us with Seattle and Boca. Tao and Audra playing Anna and Dave Furman. So I believe it is Boca is up 5-4 in the team count. So Seattle needs to pull out some wins. It's a great block from Peter. Greg stepped back, pulled the trigger, and Peter was able to get his backhand on it and put the ball down. Nice shot by Greg Bennett. That's just a tough spot. He put it right in the middle. And side out Seattle. Let's see if they can get a little run going here and change the momentum. I heard Peter telling Taylor, Greg Bennett is who he's referring to, seems really tired. Let's go behind him. Seven, 0, 1. It's a great ball by Teresa to go behind Peter. Good dink. Now we have a second server. 7-0-2. Great return from Greg Bennett, deep in the corner to Taylor's backhand. Really good spot. 0-7. Let's see if Seattle can get on the board here. Second server. It's a really nice return by Taylor. Taylor really deep in the court, and Greg just missed it wide. It's a great point. I feel like Boca has been able to dictate momentum on in this match where they are more offensive, and Seattle's just been on the defense the majority of this game, and that's been the difference here. It's a great ball by Greg. They both backed off the line, and so he dropped a short ball, and Taylor just couldn't get to it. Second serve, 8-0-2. Greg just missed that one long. Nine 0-2, Boca. Wow, great get by Peter off an awesome attack. Really good ball to keep that in play. Just missed that drop wide. So Seattle is still breathing. They got a chance here. Let's see if they can get on the board. It's a great shot by Greg. Step in. Another great shot by Greg Bennett, getting his team on the board. They now have two. It's a really good setup there by Teresa to pull Taylor over, created a pop-up. Good movement by Seattle. They're on a little run here. Nice, great cross-court drop. So right now, the Boca team is trying to make a switch, and that's what's getting them in trouble. Teresa and Greg both have very good drives, and if you don't have a perfect return, it's kind of hard to get over there and cover your spot. So Seattle has been able to get a little run here and get on the board, and Boca's calling a timeout to try to reset and stop their momentum. Then going over to court 10 is also a great match going on. They're pod 1 players, and we'll come back to that after we finish on court 9. Susie. Okay, so I have my good friend Susie LeBlanc here with me, who also is a player on the Boca Raton team. She just was on injured reserve for one event, and then she'll be back. But I just saw that you went over and talked to your team. What were you telling them there?
I told them, you know, they're up in this game doing what they do best. So keep to their game plan, have confidence. They're up 10-4, so let's get back to it. Get 2 points back and let's go.
I feel like they've really dominated as far as they've dictated the pace in this match, and they've been able to just kind of overpower. So do you think that was their strategy going in?
Yeah, I think they're setting up the points really nicely with, you know, soft dinks to Teresa's forehand and then catching him behind him because he's moving over to the middle, so they're doing great.
All right, let's see if they can pull it out. Thanks, Susie. Second serve. 10-4-2. Just got a little high, and Greg was able to put that down. So Seattle's still in it. We got a side out. Okay, now I'm going to step in between the two owners of the Boca Raton team. I'm with Carl and Rick. Guys, I want to know what you're thinking. What are you watching right now? Are we have a team breaker coming in, or what's your prediction?
Well, we've got a team breaker ready, but we're hoping we don't have to go the team breaker. If we can win this third, we guarantee our 6, and then we have our two pod 1 mixed doubles, so we would just need to win one of the two. If we lose this, then obviously we have to win both. But we're sitting pretty good position, but we're anticipating we don't want to play a team breaker, but we love team breakers if we have to play it.
That's a game point right here. Let's see if they can pull it out. Rick, what's your prediction?
Our prediction is this is really close right now. Look at that shot. Oh, my God. Great playing. We need to win this match.
Wow, what a match.
Yeah, this match we got to win first. Forget about this one. We got to get 6.
That was a great point right there. Did you see all the stuff happening? Yep. Oh, my gosh, great ATP.
It's been the whole match. It's been back and forth, third set. Game.
Oh, great game.
Amy's our good luck charm.
Number 6, Amy, let's go.
All right, congratulations to Boca Raton. They just won on match 9 and confirmed number 6 win for their team. So we do still have multiple mixed matches going on. Okay, there's more pickleball coming up, guys. Our morning session isn't over yet, so we will be bringing that to you live. Hey, guys, I'm here with Peter. This would be a good interview to talk to him about that win. That was a great match. Do you want me to do that? Okay, I'm going to come back with Peter and Taylor and talk to them about their win right here. That was an outstanding match, you guys. Oh my gosh, such great long points there. Both teams played exceptionally well. It went to 3. Congratulations, first of all, for pulling that win out for your team. But Peter, can you talk to me a little bit about what you were saying about the strategy, because you guys were reverse stacking there?
Yeah, in the first game, they were coming to me on the returns, on their thirds, just trying to keep me hitting the ball so I couldn't move around and do my poaching thing that I normally do and put pressure, right? They're making me hit balls and with the, and mostly to my backhand on the left side. So I really can't be terribly offensive with that shot. I can dink cross court, but we don't want to stay in that strategy too long. So we decided to put Taylor on the left side because she's got the two-hander and she can, hold it a little bit, go middle, go down the line, go cross court, and keep them a little bit off balance. And that seemed to work a little bit better.
Taylor, I love the two-hander, and I think it's very deceptive, and you can hold it longer. What is your thought there? What are you looking to do when you can get in and use your two-hander?
I love my two-handed backhand because it feels really natural for me. But so I think you don't, like you said, it's deceptive. So I can go straight ahead or go behind the guy a lot with it, whether I hadn't had any chances to do it when I was in front of Greg, but when I went diagonal from him, it was a little bit more open. And I think they assumed I was going to go back straight. And we caught him a couple times. I think he was getting tired. And so we thought, well, maybe we'll just really try to make him guess more in the third game. And it was effective. And then I could also dink with him and keep it down. But then there was so much pressure from Peter on the right that there was a very small area for them to hit into.
I felt like in the third game, you guys really controlled the tempo, and you were on the offensive, and they were just constantly playing defense and trying to get the ball back. So that's what I noticed, but was that also your strategy going in, Peter?
Well, we wanted to, he was doing a lot of moving, and he was doing a good job coming very far over, and we noticed he was getting a little bit fatigued. So we said, all right, let's go behind him more, make him move more, and then, and then he can't really poach as much, and then opened up the middle a little bit to dink to her low, to her left foot, which is kind of what we've been trying to do. But he would always come over and he'd hook it and speed it up to Taylor, and she just felt a little uncomfortable in front of him, so we switched it up, which was other part of the strategy. So
that allowed us to be a lot more offensive, which we knew we needed to be.
Correct.
We want to try to keep them back as much as possible, especially Greg. I mean, he's just super long.
Yes. Kudos to Greg. He played a great match and really was tough to keep the ball away from him. I do feel like sometimes when you put your female in front of the other female, it can be very effective. Yes. And you guys demonstrated that strategy was successful today. So great job.
I told Peter, I said, I feel really vulnerable in front of him. He can direct the ball anywhere. And so I just felt like any chance he had, he was able to attack me. And when I moved over, he didn't want to go to Peter, obviously. So it was a fun match.
And Peter, a lot of guys won't do that. And they don't want to move off of the left side. So, that makes a great partner, somebody who can see and listen to their partner what's happening. So talk to me a little bit about how you felt when she said, hey, I'm not comfortable there. Are you cool with this?
I'm fine with it. I'm not prideful. I mean, I want to win, and if that's the best strategy to win, then I'll do it. I have no problem playing right side. I can be offensive with my backhand and poach in the middle. I'm fine with the guy. He can attack me all he wants. It's not going to bother me. So,
I so appreciate his. I know what you mean, and I appreciate his openness. And I agree. Like, it's not always. There's not always one way, but winning is the ultimate goal for our team. And so, it's nice to have a partner who doesn't, who isn't too worried about that. Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Okay, guys, they're telling. Oh, that's awesome. They're telling me I got to send it back.
I got to keep Taylor under control a little bit.
That can be a tough challenge.
From getting mad at herself.
So, what do you guys think of your Boca Raton team? Your two owners just got to put a little bit in. You guys having a great time with NPL this year?
Yeah, we're loving it. I'm enjoying the team atmosphere. It takes me back to my baseball days. It's just fun to, have people cheering for you, and then you can kind of talk about strategies and, throw ideas off of stuff. So it's been really good and supportful. It's been fun to get back into.
Okay, it's fun to get off center court and get to watch you guys, but I got to send it back. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, Amy.
All right, great job, Amy Yarbrough, covering court-to-court action as we come down the wire here. Sunday morning action, back to Championship Court. A little bonus coverage for you here on CC1. as we put Austin, any match that has Weinbach and Witzkin, it's got to be on championship court. No, scheduled or not scheduled. And I want to welcome in CEO Paul Bamundo. And Paul, great to have you. And, you know, Weinbach new to the league. What a welcome addition he is. And anytime you put him on court with Witzkin, it's a show.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, Ari. This is wonderful. We've had a great weekend so far.
We will keep you up to date all across the building here at Pickle Lodge as these matches come down the stretch. Welcome in the booth, Paul Bamundo. Talk about new to the league, and we welcomed you in, selected as CEO this year. Tell us how that all came to fruition.
Well, it's a long story, probably longer than this match will go, so I won't keep everyone that long. But I was actually at a concert. I was at a Jackson Brown concert, and I got a text about running a pickleball
I thought
league.
you were going to say Michael Chen was there, sitting next to you.
No, that's when I got connected with Michael, in all seriousness, right after that. And, you know, after seeing it and coming to the championship last year, I was hooked. And I was convinced that this was a really, really good idea and something that I could hopefully help takes to the next level and professionalize.
Well, all indications is a complete success so far, Paul. What were the main kind of strategic moves that you wanted after seeing that glorious kind of championship in Arizona in October? What were some of the newer ideas, some things that you wanted to add to this league?
Well, first expansion, of course, you know, going from 6 to 12 teams, and that was already well on its way. We had a lot of interest. But it was nice that each of the new owners wanted to meet me and talk with me. So I thought that was nice to hear about the vision that I thought that I could bring along with the co-founders. And really just getting a lot more corporate involvement, a lot more coverage like we've gotten. I mean, you guys have been great all season so far, and continuing to provide our fans with the ability to watch the players. I mean, it's all about the players, right?
Yes.
So that's what, at the end of the day, any good coach or any person involved with sports will tell you it's all about the players.
And what is your background? You've got a bunch of sports and athletic background. You know, that kind of sprung you into this position here in pickleball. Something new to you, I think.
Yeah, for me, I started my career, frankly, with Procter & Gamble. So being back in Cincinnati is a good thing. I was an intern for Procter & Gamble when I was at Cornell. But I worked in consulting, and then when I got out of business school, I wound up working for IMG. And one of the things that I found with Beth Bellamy was a nice little connection. I was like, oh, Beth, you know, I heard you were an IMG athlete. Who was your agent? Turns out her agent was my old boss, Chuck Bennett.
Oh, wow.
So
where were you located when you worked with IMG?
I was in New York. I'm a New Yorker,
Yeah.
although now I live in Connecticut for the last 15 years. So when I say I'm a New Yorker, people get mad at me. And I'm like, well, it's hard to think about, but I've actually been in Connecticut since my children were born. So I worked mostly for most of these companies in New York, but I've been in and around both the country and even the world, different places working. Like when I worked for the NBA, I worked for the NBA after IMG. I was able to work across Europe with our different expansion in Europe. I worked on the Olympic team, which was nice. We had our party on Friday night, so I was wearing my Chris Paul jersey. So when it had Paul on the back, people thought I had like a customized jersey with my first name. I said, no, I got to know Chris. He was a great guy. So I was like, I should get his jersey from the USA basketball team. And he wore number 13 that year in 2008, which was my number when I played basketball. So it worked out well.
What was your experience with the NBA?
Oh, it was wonderful. In fact, I wound up talking to my old boss, the Deputy Commissioner, Mark Tatum, last night. He wasn't at the WNBA All-Star game. He actually was getting a little bit of rest because we started to go to Las Vegas for USA Basketball. That's where they would do the training camp when we got the Redeem team together with LeBron and with Chris Paul and Carmelo Anthony. And he just got off the road from that, and he's about to go to Paris for the Olympics. So he was home actually watching the game, so it was a good time for me to catch up with him when I got home late last night.
And they had a narrow victory, I read. What happened to that? Against Sudan, was it?
Yeah, I didn't want to bring that up. I knew that would be a sensitive subject, but
you can blame it on me.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, I think that's you want that to happen. We would say that too. You want that to happen before they get into the knockout competition in the Olympics. So you get a little bit of a scare. It's probably a good thing, right?
They want to get tested, right?
Just like I would say, you know, the owners would say here, you know, if you're up and you're in a contest, well, maybe that's the one where you get a little bit of scare, so you make sure that you close out the rest of the games. It's the same thing in that sport where, you know, if they lose, they're no big deal. It's a little bit of an embarrassment, I suppose, but it's not like you're at risk of not getting one of the medals.
Sure. And quite a game on the women's side. Also, you had the WNBA All-Stars against the Olympic team, I believe. I caught a little bit of that.
Yeah, it was. It's interesting what's happened with the WNBA, because when I worked at the league, obviously the WNBA even 15 years ago was in existence, and at that point was well established. But with what you see with the Caitlin Clark effect, I mean, I actually think the analogy is Steph Curry. The way Steph Curry changed basketball, right? That's to me what it's about. Is she's such a good player and such a good shooter that's where it draws people in. And I remember talking to people about Steph and even Allen Iverson before him, because he was not big, right? So that's one of the things that you think about a shooter. Almost like every man and woman could relate to being that kind of a player versus, a 7-footer or someone who's 6'8". So
that's a good analogy. I like that, and it's a remarkable shooting ability, and the distance is kind of eye-opening. It draws you to the television. I mean, as a huge basketball fan myself, what I'm also drawn to about Clark, and people underestimate, her ability to pass the ball. As a former point guard, it didn't make it very far, but I respect that ability to pass the ball. She dimes all over the court, setting up her teammates. Such an underrated skill.
Completely agree. And as a current point guard still, I was telling you about that before, I'm not very good in terms of that. I never developed my jump shot, but I love passing the ball, and that you're exactly right. The ability to get other players involved. And it's a lot like, Rick and Dave and the folks out here playing well in doubles, right? Knowing how to set up your partner is really important.
Yeah, or quarterback on the court. We had Danny Warfel joining the broadcast earlier, comparing kind of that quarterback seeing the court, organizing teammates, all those analogies and how they translate onto the pickleball court.
Yeah, and I think, Danny's been a great addition for our league. Having him here, I know we talked to you earlier about that. We were talking about that whole idea of being a quarterback on the court. And I think what struck me when I first talked to him about wanting to be in the MPL and after his first weekend was the whole idea of being part of a team again. He loved that and missed that part of, when people say when they retire. I talked to Michael Strahan about this when I worked at Subway after the NBA. I got to know Michael Strahan really well, did some endorsement deals with him and Michael Phelps and Layla Ali. And when I would talk to them about what they missed most about playing was that being part of a team. Michael would say, I miss being in the locker room with the guys, right? That's the thing you can never get back, that competitiveness. So I think what Danny said was very true. Like, his games match as count really as much as anybody else's. So when he's not playing, he's rooting just as hard for them to succeed.
Well, he has made his matches count, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Not just a leader off the court, but on the court, he has been so impressive, taking this league by storm with his record. Paul.
Yeah, well, I'm glad we didn't jinx him. We talked about that, too, because my father still firmly believes in the announcer jinx, even though I've told him it can't be. Right?
All he has to do is listen to me, and he'll back that up anytime he wants.
Exactly.
What's Danny's record? We got it up 17-2, I believe, and then he improved it in the third game as well.
18-2, and then 12-0 when his games go to 3. So it's pretty impressive.
But we're trying to jinx him again right now.
Exactly. Now you can blame me, though, this time.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking, but we've had some exciting points here. You get Witskin and Weinbach on court. It is going to be entertaining. Here we go. So talking, entertainment value through the roof. I'll tell you, Paul, these two are two of the greatest entertainers in the game, but that doesn't take away from their competitive edge.
Yeah, and Chris is another character. I love the way she plays. It's a great pairing here.
Yeah, we don't take anything away from the women. I mean, Chris Carr just is steady as they come and competitive as they come. And for those of you that don't know Heather Iffert, excuse me, she's from Carmel, Indiana, played tennis high level for the Volunteers of Tennessee.
Yeah, they got the Indiana connection going over there for the drivers.
Yeah, Rick loves that, I know. He's a big Hoosier guy, even though he played at Bama, his college tennis.
Yeah, he was giving me heck during the NBA playoffs when the Pacers beat the Knicks. I mean, although the Knicks were hobbled at that point, but it was a good series.
Yeah, he was. I think he was giving it to Channel even more. Things are looking up for the Knicks, huh?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I mean, unfortunately for me, as a Knicks fan, they last won when I was born in 1973. So it's good for them to be playing well again.
Well, first game in the books, 11-5. Again, bonus coverage here, morning session. We move Rick and Weinbach over. Take nothing away from Iffert and Carges. But excitement here in Court 1. Excitement through the building here at Pickle Lodge as we keep our eye on a couple of team battles. Boca Raton right now with that previous victory. They went up 5-4, Paul, on Seattle. So that could come down the wire into a team breaker. This one right here, Indy down 2 coming into this match, 5-3 to the Ignite. If they take this, that pushes that to 5-4. So trend is leaning towards team breaker.
Yeah,
with one of those 2 matches.
Well, it's exciting when that happens. I mean, people often ask, like, you know, you have to be impartial, right? What do you root for? I just say great play, good sportsmanship, and have it be fast if possible, right? So
right.
we could leave on a Sunday and make sure everyone catches their flights and such. But in all seriousness, it would be great to see if we can get a team battle here.
Yeah, we're going to get an update right now. Over to Court 10 to Amy Yarbrough.
Match over here. They're in the second game with Seattle and Boca. Seattle won the first match, but now Boca is in the lead 9-8-1 serving in the second game to stay alive. Got to put away from Dave Furman off of the great setup from Anna Shirley. Audra serving. It's a great Holly roll shot. Point. All right, so we're in a close one here. If Boca pulls this out, then it will push game 3. So I'm going to send you back to CC and to Ari.
Thank you, Amy. Great coverage there over at Court 10. We'll keep a close eye on that one as Weinbach sends that one for a winner for the Ignite. There's the score of the first. Indy. Rick Witzkin controlling the center of the court, helping his side to victory, 11-5. Look at the hand speed and the big fist pump from Big Rick Ripskin Witzkin. Gotta love his reactions, Paul.
It is amazing. I mean, we tease him sometimes about them, but his emotion that he brings to the game is just phenomenal.
Ooh, did Carges land that? Rick said, great shot. Carges unreal. Look at this ATP.
Wow.
I didn't think she had a chance at that, Paul.
That's amazing. I've seen some of these this morning. It's just been, the play has been phenomenal.
That one pushed wide. Yeah, Fliegelman had an unreal tweener heading into the gate. He hit it a tweener from the corner and ended the point with a tweener winner. One of the highlights of the season.
He's had a few of them.
Serve.
So we're keeping an eye on 2 team battles, Boca and Seattle coming down the stretch, and Indy and Austin. Hey, this is a rematch of last year's championship.
Yeah, it's like I said, it was a pleasure to attend for me. I was sort of the undercover boss at that point because I was still in the interview process, but everyone made fun of me because I guess I was the only one in a suit. So I was sticking out like a sore thumb.
Right. Got to wear shorts to a pickleball event, right?
Yeah, well, now I got the memo. So I still usually pack a suit because it's just always good to have. Of course, this is like one of the few times I didn't, and I actually need one when I get home, but all good.
1-0-2.
Here at the Pickle Lodge in Cincinnati. Nice pickup by Iffert. ATP again. Witzkin ready for it. Defended it, hit it for a winner. Let's have another look. That's just remarkable stuff.
Yeah, he was in the right spot that time. You know, he got caught last one and wasn't going to get caught this time.
0-1-1.
behind Weinbach. He's got the feet to recover. That's in. ATP gets P. What a point.
Second serve.
Rick. Hands overhead. He said, what's this thing doing in the way? This lever, you got to saw it off here. Can we get Aaron Stanger to saw that off? Rick's partner, Heather, getting a good laugh.
0-1-2.
After this point, Paul, I want to ask you what's impressed you the most about the NPL. Football is called. Right there.
Oh, look at that.
On the push-off.
1-1-2.
Yeah, we're hearing some noise from an adjacent court.
Point.
Amy Yarbrough,
2-1-2.
our roaming reporter through the beautiful Pickle Lodge here in Cincinnati. I'm with Paul Bamundo, CEO of the NPL. What's impressed you the most about this league, Paul?
Well, I just think the sense of camaraderie amongst everyone here, and that's what everyone tells me, is they look forward to coming every weekend that we have. So we've had, you know, kind of about a month between each of the events. Now we've got the next one coming up in Kansas City about 2 weeks. So it's a challenge for the staff. So we're going to have to be prepared. But it just seems to get better every week. I mean, we learn more, we take a lot of feedback, and we just try and do what we can to make this a great experience for the players.
Well, you guys do a phenomenal job because it's a lot of players and people and officials and volunteers to take care of. And you see a bunch of smiling faces, just people that look like they're having the time of their life.
Yeah, well, it takes a village, right? It really does. And everyone does their part, and I'm so blessed to have so many good people working, you know, with us, for us, volunteering with us, and great talent like yourself always being available for us.
Yeah.
Side out.
Checks in the mail for that compliment, Paul. Yeah.
Of course.
1-3-1.
So 1-3-1 here. Indy trying to wrap this up in 2. They need this victory. Witkin calls it out as that deflected off the net tape. We'll check if we have an update. It's still at 5-3 Austin on the team battle.
1-3-2.
We even have our commentators playing hurt, right? Amy Yarbrough just coming off surgery. She's
Side out.
didn't miss a beat.
It's remarkable, really. I mean, what a warrior. And her flight got canceled. She traveled all day to get here, Paul, on Friday, and our viewers at home. And that shoulder surgery is extremely painful.
Unfortunately,
she's playing through it.
I know what it's like. I got my shoulder done 30 years ago, and it was before arthroscopic surgery, and it's not fun. I was telling her my experience. I remember I had it in 1994, and it was right before New Year's Eve, and the young, foolish person that I was thought I would go to New Year's Eve in Manhattan a couple days after my surgery. And my parents and my brothers talked me out of it, thankfully, when I was in the sling.
You listened?
Yeah, I actually did listen, which was remarkable for me. So.
Yeah. Or most guys at that age, I think.
Yeah, you think you're indestructible, but
sure.
You know.
They have updated the team battle here. Austin has picked up their 6th team win in this head-to-head battle with the drivers, so they need one more. Indy obviously needing every match, including this one. Nice reach in by Big Rick. Witkin playing with a ton of energy out there, and had to drive to Evansville yesterday afternoon where they honored his late great brother Todd, inducted him into the Hall of Fame for the state of Indiana. What a story that he told on air. And thanks for putting him out here, Paul. I appreciate that, because that's just a story that everybody should hear.
Yeah, I just was so impressed when he told me what he was going to do. It's a really wonderful tribute to his brother. And as someone who has two brothers, two older brothers, it's a wonderful thing that he did for him.
Ooh, what a rally. Effort holding her own. Weinbach going right at her.
4-2-2. Side out.
Side out, Ignite. Hoping to push this to a deciding third game. Nice deep return by Heather. A danger zone lobbing over Witzkin.
2-4-2.
Well, we should remind everybody the NPL is courting new teams. If you're interested, go to nplpickleball.com and click the info tab. Can you expand on that, Paul?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, we went from 6 to 12 teams. We doubled in size. I honestly don't think we'll double in size again this year. That would be a major undertaking. But in all seriousness, I think we've got tremendous interest in the National Pickleball League. And so we're excited to start to talk to some potential new owners. We've had wonderful owners from the beginning and our 6 new owners this year. It's been a great experience for us and for them. So that is one of the things that'll start the process soon, as we are now in the back half of the season, really, after this weekend. Hard to believe. We'll start to think about what next year looks like. We're already making those plans.
2-4-1.
That ball got the outside of the line. Good call and fair call by Ripskin.
Second serve.
Talking to a number of owners about that yesterday and this morning. All just so thrilled to be a part of this National Pickleball League. And talking about the joy that it brings to them as an ownership group and everybody, all their players. NPL has some fantastic owners.
Yeah, it's been a great community. I mean, it's been a pleasure to get to know and work with all of them. And a lot of my desire is to see how we can continue to work together to build it, you know, and to build it across the country. And now that we're in 12 different markets and hopefully, you know, several more next year.
Ooh, that was deep. Quite an exchange. Any markets that you're kind of keying in and said, gosh, we'd like to be in that market, or is it more the ownership group?
Yeah, it's a combination of both, right? Like it has to be the right people that understand our philosophy and what we're doing, and that it is about the players and all of that. But at the same point in time, there are definitely naturally markets that we'd want to be in. I mean, everywhere from New York, my hometown, to LA, to Chicago. There's plenty of big markets that we've got available that we think we will be in at some point. Yeah. So it's growing so much across the country. I mean, the closest we've got in the Northeast is New Jersey, which is sort of my other adopted home in a way. I'm originally from New York, but a lot of my family, my brother and my cousins are all in New Jersey now too. So it's nice to have a team close to us and do some things in the Northeast. But we've got potential in Boston, we've got potential in Miami, more potential out west. So there's a lot of places that we could be, and frankly, a lot of facilities that are being built all over the country, which is why we haven't yet decided where we'll be for the championship, because there's just so many different options and good options for us.
Yeah, that's an exciting prospect as they continue to expand and building. I mean, here at the Pickle Lodge, this is the second largest indoor complex in the country, or probably in the world. And I know that this is one of the places being considered. It's been a terrific home this weekend. Everybody loves it.
Yeah, we've loved being here, and Mitch, I'm actually looking at him sitting there in the crowd watching. Mitch has been great. His whole staff has been great, and we think we'll be back, whether it is in October or at some point in the future. We really are very impressed with the facility here.
Oh, Rick. What that? Love the sound effects. How'd this tape at the upper part of the net get here?
Yeah. Rick seems to look at the equipment a lot when something doesn't go right.
Side out.
We're going to get an update from Amy shortly. Speaking of the Pickle Lodge, how about the pizza here? The Two Cities pizza, let alone Ernie's Pickle Bar with 18 beer tabs. But I am really impressed with the pizza. I'm kind of a pizza snob. I tried the deep dish here. I'm originally from Chicago, which has the best deep dish around. This deep dish is darn good. This place can bring it.
I agree, and I'm the opposite because I'm a New Yorker and I love New York pizza.
And they got both.
And they do. So my favorite is Danino's in Staten Island, which is now expanded a little bit. They're in Manhattan. They're in New Jersey, other places too. But I'm equally impressed with the deep dish. I really, really enjoyed having both yesterday.
That means a lot from a New Yorker. You guys are like, oh, no, only New York style. None of this deep dish.
Pizza is pizza, right? So I'm about to go to Italy for a family wedding before our next event. And I've been telling my kids, my two boys, I can't wait to show them pizza over there, too. It's just a whole different thing.
That's going to be big time. We're going to get some great eats there. That's a guarantee.
I know. We're talking too much about food. We haven't eaten yet, so
it must be that time of day.
Exactly. We have to eat after this match, so we'll get some pizza here from Two Cities and the Pickle Lodge.
Second serve.
Now we're keeping a close eye on the Seattle and Boca Raton match. Going deep into that while watching here Indy in desperate need of a win to keep their hopes alive in the direct team battle. But anytime it's Witskin against Weinbach, it's going to be entertaining no matter what's on the line. Here comes Witskin flying.
Nice play.
Three,
3-5-1. Effort attacking.
Second serve.
This is two solid ladies out here. Never rattled. I think, when you're playing with Weinbach and Witskin, you've got to be a solid partner.
No doubt. And they've made some great shots here.
Side out.
That ball drifted just wide.
5-3-1.
Look at Karjas. Unbelievable. Yeah, Weinbach turns is just so good, Chris. All-American, SEC, University of Kentucky, Chris Karjas, but also, Paul, I don't know if you knew, Sportsmanship Award as a senior.
Which is phenomenal.
Right, and
I
the
love to
entire
hear
SEC.
That's incredible.
Doesn't surprise you when you watch Chris.
Not at all.
Weinbach is there. Ooh, just came up a little bit short.
And that's what I would say. The other thing, back to your earlier question, I think the sportsmanship in this league is something I feel very strongly about, and I'm very impressed with. I mean, for me, I love all sports. I coach my children, and that's the most important thing to me about sports. There's always a winner. There's always a loser. You have to win with grace, but more importantly, you have to lose with grace.
That is a hard lesson to learn, too, for any age.
It sure is. I mean, no one likes to lose, but hey, it wouldn't be a game if you could win all the time, right?
Sure. Amy and Carl Foster. This could be news for the Picklers and Carl Foster. Amy, take it away with Mr. Foster.
on court 10, and Boca Raton just got their 7th win, so they just confirmed that team win on that. Right, Carl? What do you have to say to your Boca Raton team?
Well, we're so proud of them this last match. Tao and Audra just battled back on a 3-setter. That clinched the number 7 win. Merch are still playing right now in our final match, but that secures our 3rd straight win. So we're so happy. This was a hard fight. Every match against Seattle was back and forth. And it was even. We were getting ready for a team breaker. But now we don't have to. We can go to lunch.
Hey, real quickly, Audra, I thought you played outstanding. That was such a battle between you and Anna in the cross court, and the guys are in front of you, and I thought you did a great job of keeping control, moving her until you had an opening in the middle, and then you put it away. How are you feeling right now?
I just feel great. We had a game plan going in, and we were a little shaky executing in the beginning, but we got it together, and in the end, we made it happen. So very happy. I love playing with this guy.
You guys played some great points. There were a few points, Tal, that I thought were finished, and the ball still came back. Great long points, great effort. You're on a little bit of the different side of what we talked about in your men's match, where you had to be the supportive player for the girl who's getting more balls than you were getting. So talk about having to switch those roles.
You know, I've been playing for a long time, so switching from man to mix is not a problem to me. I'm a better mixed player anyway. I mean, like I said, we play together so many tournaments. We beat a lot of good teams. But I want to say congratulations to Audra. She's new. And those two, David and Anna, they medal all the time at tournament. She's ready. Audra is ready. She is the next big thing.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Boca. You confirmed the win for your team. Congrats.
Thank you so much, Amy. Congratulations to Boca. Carl Foster, you better hide the fat tires. He's ready for lunch, and he might be celebrating that big win for the Picklers.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how this all works. And on Sunday, everyone starts to celebrate a little bit earlier.
That's right.
I told Joanna from New Belgium with Fat Tire, I'm like, we have to have plenty because people will start to get into it. A little bit on Saturday for sure, but definitely on Sunday as they realize they don't have to play anymore.
Witzkin, a big hug to Iffert. What a performance that was by Rick and Heather. I mean, we did a lot of talking, but the background, the entertainment was fantastic. And terrific match here goes to Indy. They keep their hopes alive in the team battle. That is their 4th victory. Austin, last update, has 6. So Indy would need the next 2 to force a team breaker. We'll keep you up to date on that. And I want to thank CEO of the National Pickleball League, Paul Bamundo. Paul, come back anytime. That was fun, man.
Yeah, thank you. And this was a great match. I mean, I know we did a lot of talking, but it was close, that second one, and it just kind of got pulled away there while we were switching courts, and it was a good one.
Yeah, Heather's going to race back over here, and I should say Amy, to talk to Heather and Rick. She'll be back in a moment, running around like crazy, so we will have Witzkin and Iffert coming up with Amy Yarbrough after this.
Gearbox introduces the all-new CX14 Ultimate Power with SST Core. All-new power band technology, delivering controlled, effortless power. All technology, every shot.
Less is more, unless it's less beer.
Okay, Okay, I got to get back to center court to talk to these two outstanding players that just had a great win here on center court in mixed. This is Heather, who is also from Indiana, who got to play with Rick Witzkin. And Rick, I'm going to start with you. I want you to talk a little bit about the strategy coming into this one, and if you guys thought you were an underdog, and how you were able to pull that match out against a very strong Austin team.
I'm sure according to Duper we were underdogs, but the reality is I know how Heather plays. She's so consistent, keeps the ball low, and gets an active guy like me in the mix. I had every amount of confidence. This is just our second time playing together, and quite frankly, she made me look good and made my job very easy today.
Heather, welcome to NPL. We're so glad you're playing this year.
Happy to be here.
Tell me a little bit about how you're feeling and how your experience is going so far.
I've loved every minute of it. Love the team atmosphere. Awesome team, Indy drivers. Just fun getting to know everybody, and I think I'm getting better each and every match, which was my goal, and able to compete well every match.
Do you feel like the nerves are an issue out here, or did you just come out with confidence of team sports that you've played all your life?
The first weekend in Chicago, there were some nerves. But once I got the first match under my belt, I felt pretty good. So, yeah. I think my nerves are pretty good in this match. So, yeah, good. And I have a great partner. Try and set him up.
That's outstanding, because that's really required, especially in mixed, that we need a supportive partner who is going to let you play free but also play confident. So, Rick, talk a little bit about that, because I know you do a great job with that.
Well, what Heather knows is we needed this match, Indy versus Austin. We had to have that win, and I'm so impressed with her composure in that situation. But I kind of feel like if I start out being big and doing some Rick things, I think it gets my partner, especially Heather, more in a comfort zone. And, you know, quite frankly, she had hurt her leg coming into this weekend. I didn't even know we lost Gina, our top player, but you could argue Heather's top player too, and she was injured. So I'm just really proud of her for coming off an injury and getting back in the action. And by the way, shout out to you. And I know you've gone through some physical ailments. We can't wait for you to get back in action too.
Thank you very much. It's been a blast to be here and still get to watch all of you guys play and all the outstanding matches. And what are you feeling as far as being here in Cincinnati with NPL? It's been a great weekend, in my opinion, so far. Rick, how do you feel about the Lodge and being here in Cincinnati?
So this might be too much information, but I was in the bathroom and I overheard two men saying this is the best facility yet. And Mitch Dunn was so generous with our people and our NPL, and he's a believer in the senior pros, and you should too. You should buy teams and sponsor our league. Thank you. But what a great venue, and honestly, I'd love to be back here every year with the NPL.
I have just been around and talking to other people that didn't really even know that much about pickleball, and everybody's so impressed with the level of play that they're seeing. And I think NPL is just going to continue to grow. But how do you guys feel right now about the Indy drivers?
Hey, we are having a great weekend, really good weekend.
You know, we did this last year. We started out a little slow out of the gate. We started to, you know, have leadership and understanding pairings and matchups, and we hope we get in the money this weekend. But most importantly, we're feeling like we can see the light to weekend 6 when the monster is on the line. So we're going to peak at the right time. We feel it.
Okay, so my last question, are you guys hungry, ready for lunch and a little break?
A little bit.
Rick?
Actually, I know this is going to shock you. I don't like to eat that much when I'm right with the metabolism and tempo up. So I might just eat like a bird like you two.
So, Rick, can you take us out? Because right now we're going to go on a little break, and then we're going to come back for the afternoon. So tell people about what's coming up.
Yeah, well, we are so excited. The Indy drivers play the Denver Iconics, and those are our good friends. We did not have Mills Miller in that first weekend, and we lost 7-5. They don't have Molly Carter, who is one of their top women, so we think it's going to be a great match. But listen, I mean, I love playing with this woman. If she's willing to play with me again, I'm all over it. And I think shout out to Matt Troyer and his wife Kim and the McKinneys, who are our backbone for. Matt's done so much for our team. I'm a co-captain, but he's the best captain in the world.
Awesome. Okay, so we're going to send it out. We're going to have a little lunch break, and we'll be back for afternoon action. Actually, I'm hearing that there could possibly be a team breaker going on. So we're going to go to a little break, and then we're going to come back and fill you guys in, okay?